NFT as well as learn how you can use NFT in whether it's your business as an as an artist, or whatever it may be that you have aspired for the future. And so I want to introduce Arthur. Arthur is the owner of this castle, right? This is his castle, and he is #1 thought leader in the organizational culture and a best-selling author, as well as the founder to the Galileo NFT project. So without further ado, I'll let him finish the rest.
All right, thank you. All right, okay, so first of all, let's just kind of look a little bit about why you're here. Okay, so the lineup is from a diverse set of people from all over the world. Some of them are going to be live streaming right here, and some of them are actually live. Some people have flown in, like, for example, our Heather Hansen, who's also an author, and she's going to be talking about some really cool stuff. And we've got some other speakers here in the audience. Yes, raise your hand if you're a speaker. All right, awesome. So we've got some people already here, and some are coming soon. So now, the first thing that we're going to do here is that this is not just kind of like, I'm going to sit down and just listen because I don't know anything. So we want you to ask questions, right? We want you to kind of say, wait a minute, what does that mean? Okay, if you have no idea what somebody's talking about, we want you to ask questions.
Remember, asking questions is a part of life, and it's good to ask questions.
Okay, and this is also an NFT developer who is 14 years old, my son Dante, and also an author. And from behind the counter over there is the little one, is also an author, and his name is Alessandro. Now, I just want to kind of shout out to some of our sponsors. Sababe Wines, we're sponsoring the VIP session tonight. Plus, of course, Bali News. And Bali News is has been instrumental in marketing and building up this thing. How many of you got or heard about this from Bali News? Okay,
Great.
fair enough. Anyway, but they're definitely our partners in this and doing a lot of behind the scenes work. Okay, so I am going to also first of all, do you have any questions about what's going on? Because the schedule is kind of a Bali style schedule. Okay, that means we actually set it and we had speakers that were going to do stuff like there's supposed to be a guy online that didn't kind of show up yet. Okay, so I'm taking over. Okay, so it's kind of flexible, right? Is everybody okay with a slightly sort of flexible schedule? That was a question. Yeah. Okay, all right, okay. So just want to let you know that not everything is going to be exactly what it's supposed to be, but we're still going to have some fun in the process. And don't forget that lunch is included. You all okay? All right, so also, and later on, we're going to have some tours of the castle, right? So you get to see some of the secret passages and some of the catacombs and some of the different kind of things that go on at Avalon Castle.
And the dungeon.
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll show them the dungeon this time. Okay, but anyway, so you guys want to hear about some of the lessons that I learned from doing the Galileo Project? Okay, like that's 3 people. Are you sure? Because I don't know. It doesn't sound too convincing. You sure want to indicate? I actually have to turn on my presentation. Hang on. Okay, so let's see if the technology actually works. All right, so we're ready to go. And we should be able to get something now. Okay, wait for it. It's coming. It's coming. Yes, maybe. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Okay. And there we go. Ta-da! Wait, wrong slide. Okay, we're gonna go back here. There we go. So the Galileo Project. Okay, so this is basically. So you guys know, you've heard about NFTs as pictures, and some of them have some monkeys and some punks and stuff like that, right? So we've got been the most popular. Is that right? You guys agree with that? Okay. So here's the thing, though. Okay, NFT is a technology. Okay, and it can be used for all kinds of really cool stuff. Like, for example, okay, how many of you like to travel? Okay, so NFTs can be used for creating travel experiences. Okay, how many of you like to learn things? Okay, NFTs can be used for different types of learning experiences and incentives. Okay, how many of you have actually worked for companies, like had real jobs? Okay, a few of you, all right, okay, and so you know how sometimes it's difficult to get motivated in companies because, they get like, well, we're going to do your annual review, and that's going to determine how much bonus you're going to get, and all of this stuff. You got to remember that stuff. Okay, NFTs transforms that into personalized profit centers for people that do well and apply learning. How cool is that?
Yeah.
Okay, I only got like one person, so I just will say, yeah, that's so cool, right? Yeah. Yay! Okay, all right, okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to be talking about how these different things. Now, first of all, who am I? I'm a best-selling author. My recent book, I've written 13 books. It's my recent book called Game On, How to Reinventing Organizational Culture through Work Gamification. Okay, so that means not playing games, but actually playing games. So, besides that, like Gavin said, I'm ranked as the world's #1 thought leader in organizational culture, which has absolutely nothing to do with blockchain or NFTs. Okay, and you think, this is my thought. This is one of my first lessons. Okay, I thought, hey, I've already got this really great brand, right? And so I'm going to start this project and everything else, and you know how much important my branding was for my own project? Any ideas?
Tremendously. If no one knows, then no one would ever even
No, actually, nobody cared. Nobody cared that I was a best-selling author because, you know why? Because it wasn't in blockchain. So, #1, the first part of being a blockchain billionaire, okay, is first of all, make some money in blockchain before you can do something else. Okay, so that's one of the things that we learned, okay? So now, okay, hang on, wait for it. Next,
technology can be like.
there we go, okay, there we go. Oh, there it is, all right. So, one of the things that we also found, one of the other learnings, is that we found that most people have no idea what blockchain is, or, well, they have an idea, but they don't know about NFTs, right? They don't know things, they've heard about NFTs, right? But they don't really know what it is. And they've heard about the metaverse, right? You guys heard about the metaverse? Okay, but, okay, metaverse is Minecraft, right? Oh, Facebook's doing something about it. Well, all these things are true, but how do people get involved? So one of the key things was make it stupidly simple and easy rather than selling land or things or, making, getting people to have special wallets for their NFTs and everything else. Make it so that the mainstream people created partnerships with different organizations who wanted to sell their stuff through people involved through education. So that was one of the key things. So in the beginning, we're basically starting with 3 verticals, okay? The first one, which was we created this metaverse, and it's still in the process, and you guys can check it out at our booth back there. This is the only booth in the place, okay? So we would have more, except that all the people that wanted to have booths never showed up. Okay, so we've got a able to go there, you can talk, look at all the different stuff that we've got. And so the Galileo Metaverse essentially helps you to, it is a place to sell NFTs, right? So one of the things that we want, again, remember, making it really easy. Have you guys gone into any metaverses? Okay, how easy is it to find stuff?
It's either really easy or really hard in building.
Okay, all right, anybody else? Okay, it's not really so easy. It's not intuitive. So what we did is we created an intuitive type of thing that people can recognize, which is a library. So in a library, you have main categories, for example, travel, learning, okay, self-help, okay, and in those you have subcategories, and then you have the books, okay. So the library is designed for people to be able to click on either a main category, a subcategory, or an individual book that would take them specifically to the place where, you know, these kinds of things are sold. Okay, so making it easy was a key factor. Okay, number two, so we created a specifically focused. So anytime you're going to be selling anything, whether it's NFTs, whether it's anything, you can't. It's very difficult to just say, "Hey, we have everything." I mean, you know, unless you're Amazon. But it took a long time for Amazon to build up to that, right? So it's a lot easier if you're going to do marketing, have one focus. So that was one of the other lessons, and we created Wisdom City, which is only for learning and development type organizations. Okay, and so Wisdom City is obviously like wellness power for yoga teachers, which are very famous here in Uruguay. Okay, and it's got all kinds of other things that are going on with that. Okay, so because it's L&D focused, okay, it is easy to also get collective marketing, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So now let's say, for example, if you were a coach, all right, if you were a coach, okay, that means that you would be part of a membership, part of a group, right? And that means that you would also be able to have the vested interest in promoting your stuff and getting people to come to your to buy your stuff, right? So by collecting all these people together, plus doing the marketing, you're able to create better marketing. And then, of course, you know, you have all the different kinds of things that, you know, are able to be done with the different types of NFTs related to learning and development. And yeah, so we've also got some reasonably well-known people, Simon Sinek, Marshall Goldsmith, John Mattone. Okay, so all of these things, then we put that into actual tangible buildings and offices that people could just move into. Remember, making it easy was a key factor. Okay, so rather than saying, hey, here's some metaverse plan, these are all NFTs that people would be able to buy and sell their own based on whatever it is that they're doing related to learning and development. And then, of course, the other thing that we learned, make it easy access. Okay, so create it also a little bit fun, you know, create some visas, things of this nature. Their membership cards, and depending on what level, gets them into different areas. Okay, and of course, the key thing that we did that was a little bit different than a lot of other places. See, okay, first of all, you'll know that maybe some coaches and speakers and stuff, they kind of, you know, maybe have a little bit of an ego thing, right? Like, oh, I am so awesome. Okay, have you ever noticed that? You know, because, you know, we like to be noticed. That's why we're speakers. Okay?
Coffee.
Wait. Okay, so what if, okay, the idea of creating yourself inside of the metaverse to sell your NFTs and basically creating an AI that has read all of your books, all of your YouTube videos, all of the articles that you've ever written, and be able to answer questions in your personality. Would that be cool? Because that's one of the things that we're doing with this. So we actually have salespeople, okay? And the first one is me, not that I'm narcissistic or anything. But the first one, basically, this one has read all of my books and stuff, you know, so it has an understanding of all the stuff that I have done and is able to sell our online courses or the time and everything else. So, for example, you can do all kinds of things related to the time that you're doing. Okay, now the other thing that we learned is, okay, yeah, the project is supposed to make money, all that's really good, but how are your members going to make money? If you get an NFT, if you get into the metaverse, what are the different things that the members are going to do to make money? That's a key thing. Now, because we're not doing monkeys and stuff like that, where it's the whole point is to buy an NFT and flip it, these are real world applications. So, but you still have to give people an opportunity to personally profit in the process. And so that's one of the key things we looked at, and we developed a number of actually 12 different ways that people would be able to profit in the metaverse. Okay, and then of course the token that is creating a token that is the currency of the metaverse was also important. Okay? One of the things that's important when we do this, the experience. Okay, in this case for learning, coaching, training. Okay, all of this stuff is real world. You can buy Marshall Goldsmith coaching at a fraction of the cost if you buy a number of hours, for example. Okay, so all of these things were, the discovery, the ability to actually go in and learn stuff. Why? Well, okay, let's say you're a company and you want to get people trained in leadership. What do you do? Any ideas? Not you, sir. Wait. You already know the hire a consultant. Hire a consultant. How do you find a consultant? Google. Okay, so what does Google do? Google will give you all of the big giant companies that have spent lots of money on SEO. Would you agree with that? So that means the smaller people don't even get a chance to show their stuff, right? And basically what does Google do? Google gives you search results, right? Oh, okay, but it's not visual. Okay, now what if instead you go into the leadership building, you can see, oh, hey, here's like a few little mini videos that are showing some stuff, and that looks interesting. And now you ask an AI avatar, hey, what are some of the leadership programs that do this? And they can tell you. And just like Google, advertising is also important, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what if let me ask you a question. Do you think it would be cooler to have a Google ad or to have an avatar that looks like a human being recommend a particular type of training program or online training system? That was the question.
AI.
The AI, right? Because it seems like an actual recommendation, right? And so the discovery element was a very important part. And then of course, that also allows you to discover all kinds of things that are related to that. So you think you maybe go in there for leadership, but then maybe you find, oh, hey, there's some leadership tools also that wouldn't normally be on Google, but you see them because they're there, right? And then of course, the creator economy allow people to go ahead and create their own NFTs to be able to sell within the system, okay? Now the other thing that we did was the other learning was like connecting the travel experience. So this is complicated, don't worry about it. The point is that connecting different stuff, okay? Does learning and travel have any synergy?
Yes.
Besides okay, that's the question. Does learning and travel have any synergy? Why?
As you travel, you learn.
Okay, so that's one thing, right? Now, in a company, do organizations have retreats? Okay, do insurance companies have these crazy type of incentives for high-performing insurance people? Okay, so travel and learning, retreats, all of this stuff can actually be combined so that you can benefit both sides. So again, it's all about the partnerships that you're creating with different types of verticals that are going to make an impact on your ability. This is something that we now have a lot more freedom with NFTs and the metaverse. Okay, because before it was just one thing. Okay, and it's like, oh, this is the one thing that we've got, and this is what we're selling. But now you can literally partner people up or get your customers to partner people up based on what you connect in your together with your NFTs and or metaverse, right? Okay, and we actually did we had 3 balls of we sold 200 Villa Nights in 3 days. We did a little thing with Super Launcher, and you know there was a rather big take up on buying NFTs that where you could buy travel at pandemic prices, and you had until the end of 2025. Okay, so how many of you know, like for example, Viceroy? Okay, so Viceroy is one of the hotels in Crystal Dust and a few others, and so we ended up selling about $11,000 worth of. Okay, we ended up selling more than that, but $11,000 was just Viceroy. That we sent them within 24 hours. We sent them USD actually, for rooms that they never actually have sold yet. Okay, so people have a certain amount of time to go ahead and get that, and of course we know that not everybody that gets some kind of a system or a benefit is going to use it always. Okay, so the other thing we learned, of course, is that you have to have incentives. So we use gamification and rewards and everything else. So whatever you do with NFTs or systems where you're selling something, yes.
I was just going to ask, in that situation where you sold the hotel room nights that you just mentioned.
Right. Can you give him somebody give him a microphone? All right. Okay, we've got, so the question is, there you go.
Yeah, I was just saying, in the situation where you sold the hotel room nights, and they had up to 2025 to use them. I was just wondering, what was the link to NFTs there? Because obviously you could kind of do that in Web 2 just using the existing methodologies, but how did sort of NFTs facilitate that?
That is an extraordinary question. Okay, when we sold these, there was no tourists. Bali was closed. No tourism was selling to tourists was really not a thing. Okay, nobody trusted anything. So what we did is we sold to investors, right? So you get, now you can actually buy these at they were buying them at 5 times less than the actual value, and literally having the opportunity to resell them as soon as tourism comes up, and many of them have already been resold now that Bali opened at a pretty good profit. Okay, so any other questions? Yes, thank you for asking that. Okay, and of course, travel focused marketing makes it, again, it's all about marketing to one vertical rather than trying to do all this other stuff. Now, the other thing we did is later, for those of you that are going to go on the tour, we're going to show you the ancient lost city of Memorial right next door. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, and so this is something that we're building. It's an actual tourist attraction. So we've connected land and business ownership to NFTs through a lease type situation. So again, creating something where people feel like, oh my gosh, we own something. That is also another element that you can use the NFTs for. Okay, and well, that's it. Oh no, not this one. Okay, so that's it. So no more free tickets. Sorry. Okay. All right, so that's what we got for today. And any questions? Yeah. Yes. Wait. Ferry, run, ferry, run. Okay, what's your question?
How is it that a woman has a life able to learn about these things that are being advertised?
That is an extraordinary question. So first of all, number one of the things we're doing is you can buy any of these NFTs with credit cards. Okay, so that's one. Okay, But remember that the marketing is done through education. So we're educating people, and we're having webinars, we're having like little videos and these mini courses on stuff, and all of the courses or the free type of education is ultimately what is creating the desire to go in there. See, people have heard of the metaverse, people have heard of NFTs, but they may not know what it is. And then if they have to get wallets and stuff like that, again, I mean, that goes back to lesson number 1 or 2, right? Make it easy, okay? So once you get people interested in because they're curious already, now you get them to go into either the metaverse or into the NFT platform and say, oh, wow, this is cool. And they can still buy it through credit card. Does that answer the question? Okay, any other questions?
I go.
Okay, yeah.
Back to wisdom team. So for, let's say I'm a yoga teacher, I got a course online. Does this now need to be repurposed for Galileo, or is it just kind of you're selling an NFT that will give access to wherever I'm hosting it already, or is there going to be some sort of bridge that
Okay, so this is an important question. See, if you're hosting the course somewhere, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of making it accessible through an NFT system, right? So if they have the NFT, it's an automatic login, so to speak. Okay, but one key thing that's important in that is how are you going to, because if you're selling a course online, how do you get people, or even a live course, how do you get people to not keep using the NFT over and over again, right? Okay, so one of the things that we have with the Galileo system is we created a redemption system. So that means that, so if you've got like an NFT on OpenSea, for example, there's no way to redeem it, right? You have it, and it's in your wallet, you always have it. But with us, we have a way to stamp your NFT, basically. We're stamping the NFT, so once you use it, you get a little stamp on there that still says you stayed at the Viceroy, or you stayed at Avalon Castle, or you have gotten coaching from Marshall Goldsmith, or whatever. And then that way you can still keep your NFT and the value, kind of show off of what you have done, and put we've even got a little travel chest where you are able to kind of put all the different places that you've been. But ultimately, that is the redemption factor is a key thing. Okay, does that answer the question?
It does on the back end, but then the initial access, you would still need to verify that somebody has an NFT to access.
Yeah, so and that's just coding. Okay, so so the coding will give you, ultimately is a password type system that is where your NFT replaces the password. Okay?
So it's hosted on Galileo.
No, you can still host your own system, but, okay, example, you know how like you've got LastPass or some of these automatic passwords that you can't see? You got it? Okay, so that's the easy way to do it, and quick posting on Galileo. Okay, so the thing is though that with that kind of system, see, if you normally have an online course, it's very easy. Hey, here's my username and password, and give it to all your friends. Okay, but this way you actually have to use your NFT, which is in your wallet, and in order to transfer it, you can only if you transfer it, you don't have it anymore. Okay, so it saves a lot of your IP.
And making sure that you can't just, you can't technically print like accessibility with that NFT.
Right. Okay, any other questions? Any other questions? Okay. Yes, you have a question.
How does one access this metaverse?
Well, at the moment, the metaverse is accessed through your basic computer. You go to Galileo.lab, and that'll take you into the library, which is the only part that we've finished so far. Okay, but there's two different parts, right? So if you use and this is something that, for those of you who are not aware of, like metaverse type things, there's a browser called Firefox. Firefox is very metaverse friendly. So anything that uses Firefox, you can actually use VR in it. So with this one, you can use our VR, you can use VR glasses if you have them. But we also know that most people don't have them, so you don't need to use the VR glasses. But if you use Firefox, you can use VR glasses. If you don't have Firefox, you just go in like you normally would go into any normal game that you would log into. Does that answer the question?
By the way, controls are
The controls are the same as the game, yes.
like WASD. Don't worry.
Anything else? Any other questions? Yes.
I have a question. Is it probably in a Web3 or is it possible to run on NFT?
Well, I mean, okay, so Web3 is basically about utility, right? So you don't need any special browsers or anything. You can just use Chrome or anything else. NFTs, again, I mean, so you can mint NFTs on any kind of platform. And the only thing that what we wanted to do is we wanted to make it so that it would be usable in real life. That was the key thing. So it has to be usable in real life, which means redemption has to be there, and we're not just accepting things that don't have a real life connections. That means when you buy something, when you buy an NFT, it has some kind of fundamental value. At least that's what we were trying to do with ours. Okay. Does that answer the question? So you can use it in any browser, any type of current web system. Doesn't require any special technology. But it's designed with a blockchain system and our metaverse, head of our metaverse is the guy that developed the open source code that is being used by a lot of the current metaverses.
How about the infrastructure?
Okay, so first of all, you don't need to be in the metaverse to buy the NFTs. It's just that later when you get the metaverse completed, the idea is to create a more conducive environment so that people will buy the NFTs because they have more visual and audio stimulus related to what the NFTs are selling. Okay, so for example, you have a shop in the metaverse, you will actually be able to, first of all, the shops are already made, you just add your own stuff in there, like a little video or some pictures or whatever, and then you have the NFTs to click on so that you can buy them right there in the shop. Okay, and you don't need any special technology, or you can use the current available browsers to do that. Okay, on the technical side, I mean, at the moment we're using AWS, although Google is also trying to compete and get better deals and stuff, so we may move on that also. But the servers required, especially for the AI, are a little high level, or maybe a lot high level, but yeah, anyway. But that's what, so we on a technical side, we are using AWS servers, but Google also has a lot of different types of options for that as well. Does that answer the question? Okay. But you don't have to know anything about it to be a user. I mean, the whole point, remember, is make it easy. Make it easy. Okay, yes. Any other questions? Okay, there you go.
All right, well, give Arthur a round of applause. All right, and how's everyone feeling? Is everyone excited for our next talk?
Good.
You guys are sleeping. What is going on? All right, so next person we have Stephen Max, and Stephen is a retired Canadian lawyer who have been in the crypto industry or an investor in the industry for since 2017, and he is the creator of liquidity art NFT. So, Stephen, welcome Stephen to the stage and.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try and multitask. I'm going to have to hold a bunch of different things.
I'm working on it. Hey, you guys know how to put this back on.
Sorry, we have to expect technical challenges, right?
Yeah, I already shut it down, but it's still showing the.
Anyhow, I'll start.
There we go.
Come back to it. But we need a slideshow. So anyhow, there's good and advantages of my talk. The good news is I'm not here to talk about NFTs. Maybe that's not good news, but there's lots of people that are going to talk about NFTs, so I'm going to keep it really simple. And I'm going to talk about something that is around us, that we rely upon to live, that actually the entire ecosystem relies on, and that is water. I am doing an NFT. I'm launching an NFT collection based on the liquid, the photography that I do, which is drop photography. But I'm really just going to talk about water. What I want to show you is what we can really call the hidden world of water, the secret world of water. Things that are happening with water and other fluids all day long, all around us, but we can't see them because we need a little bit of help. The naked eye just can't spot what's happening as quickly as it is happening. So if you imagine pouring yourself a beer, a glass of wine, coffee, anything, you've seen that there's, the liquid goes into the other liquid and there's stuff happening. There's actually some very defined things happening, and I'm going to try and show you some of those. If you imagine just dipping your finger into a drop, into a glass of water, and then letting the droplets on your finger hit a dry surface. Something cool is happening there, but it's happening so quickly that you can't see it. So we have high-speed photography for that. This is not one of the special images. This is basically the very first image that I took. This project was actually born in Bali. I was caught in a typical Bali downpour. I happened to be in a swimming pool, and it was the first time that I sort of swam. It's the first time that I saw what was going on because I was swimming with the water as it was raining. The water was at eye level, so I was watching what was happening, and I could see some of it, and I knew it was cool, but I also knew that I needed flash photography to capture it. So I waited for it to get dark. I had this was 20 years ago, 19 years ago. Digital cameras were out, but they were just coming out. I had a small digital camera, put it in a plastic bag. I went back, the water was dripping off the Alang roof, and these are the first images that I captured. I then became captivated with the process. Just going to give this to my son. He's going to do my remote control. Anyhow, okay, next image. Okay, good. Stop there. So I took this newfound interest. I went back to Canada, which is where I was living at the time, which is where I'm from, and I started to take these images. At that time, I had a pretty basic digital camera. I got a better one, a normal flash unit, the one that sits on top of the camera. I put the camera on the tripod, and I took a bowl of water, and I took an eyedropper, and with one hand, I was dropping the water, with the other hand, I was using the shutter release. Probably one out of 100 pictures I got to drop even in the frame, let alone doing the cool stuff that I knew it could do. So, solve the problem by throwing money at it. I bought high-speed flash units that are actually designed they're tenacious projects. They're designed to freeze the motion of hummingbird wings.
That are basically one of the most fastest things happening.
Exactly. Other than that, anyhow, I digress. So that plus some timing equipment. So a guy in California made this thing called the time machine. By the way, the real one. And you could, the drop would fall through an infrared sensor, start a time unit, and I would be able to tell it exactly when to fire the flashes. So these pictures are taken, not these ones, not that one, it is, in complete darkness, in a studio, and the flash is what takes the picture. The camera is actually on bulb, so that the shutter of the camera is open, and when the flash fires, that's when the picture is taken. So, let's see what's on the next slide. These are some of the earlier ones, and following the color looks a bit. I'm sorry there's a fact that it's not going to be so easy to see. Those last two that you saw are actually oil, which is a little easier to capture because it moves a little more slowly. Next. So anyhow, now we're starting into the first topic. I'll sort of broken my talk into a few different topics. The first one is the drop sequence. So, let's see the next slide. So this is a drop of water that's just about to impact more water. And you're going to see different things in the background. And you'll notice that most of the background is blurred, but in the drop itself, you can see more clearly up there. The drop acts as a landscape. So that it focuses the things that are in the background. I took all kinds of different stuff. A lot of them were flowers. I started doing a lot of flowers. Actually started with, I was still working in an office at that point. I took home some manila file folders, different colors, and that's sort of what I started with. Flowers, silk fabric, all kinds of different fabric, wood, you'll see a bunch of different things. If you have any questions on what the background might be, just, let me know. Or if you have any questions generally, please interrupt me. So, the water, now the drops a little bit further, you can see that there's a little bit of disturbance in the water. A little bit further. And the next thing that happens is a crown forms. So just so we're clear, this is, I call it the drop sequence. This happens basically every time a drop of liquid hits another body of liquid. You've seen this sort of thing in beer commercials. You've seen it lots probably. So anyhow, the crown forms. Next slide. After the crown basically breaks down, the drop that has gone in forms a crater. So you can see that there's a crater forming, and then the next thing is the rebound begins. So there's a column of water, because water is elastic, there's a column of water that pushes up and forms actually a column. And that column can take many, many, many different forms. So anyhow, essentially, you can see it here. So the first column is one solid thing. But when it goes up, at some point it loses momentum, and then it's static. Temporarily it's static, it's not moving. And then the column, no matter what liquid it is, it wants to be round. So the column breaks up and turns into little droplets. This is still quite solid, but what's going to happen is it's going to break here, it's going to break here, it's going to break here, probably at the bottom. At some point, we're going to have 4 little droplets that are then going to come back down. That's still solid. Okay, no, back, please, keep that. Back. So, I just want to draw your attention to this little guy here. So if you can imagine, this is a column that's maybe half the size of my baby finger, and it's already split. Imagine how small that is. Just a kind of a cool little point that I wanted to bring to your attention. Okay, next slide. So after the column breaks up and those little droplets fall down, they don't all get reabsorbed into the mother water, if you want to call it that, the rest of the body of water. That doesn't all happen at once. These little droplets, float around on the surface of the water, skim around. They're separated, the droplet is separated from the water on the bottom by a tiny little layer of air. When that layer of air gets pushed to the side, that droplet breaks up. So I call these skimmers, and you can see them. Next time you have a shower, next time you go in the pool, splash the water a little bit, or just look down at your feet when you're having a shower, and you will see tiny little droplets skimming usually away from where you are, following the flow of the water. And those are skimmers. They're super cool. They're perfectly, almost always perfectly cylindrical or perfectly spherical. At least they will be. If they're not yet, that's because they're still in the process of forming. Okay, next slide. Sometimes there's two of them. There can be more. They bounce around. The next one. And okay. So that's a skimmer on your right. And on the left is a skimmer that's dying. So it's in its death throes, it's transitioning. So the air has moved out of the way, the water has touched the water, and the water touches the water, of course it gets sucked in, but it doesn't all happen at once. So what's happening here is it's about to form another skimmer. So it's like a quarter, a third, whatever, a half of the water has gone back in, and then you can see that it's already forming a ball again. So it's going to form a ball, and then it's going to bounce up. Excellent. And so this one is bouncing out. And that process repeats itself 3, 4, 5 times. This is a tiny one. This is a tiny one, and it's going to go, and then that's the end of the drop sequence, so to speak. The next topic is what I mentioned a minute ago. You take a drop of water and drop it on a hard surface, and cool stuff happens again. This is the vanilla hose that I talked about, that I took from our file room. There we go. And it's the drop of water is falling onto a plate, and the plate is quite reflective, so you're getting to see. But here's an example. You get to see only 3 colors in the main one, but you can see that there's a whole bunch of different colors out there. So the drop spreads out. Basically, it pancakes, forms into a little pancake. And it gets wider and wider and wider. One more. Until it's as flat as that. And you can see at the edge, there's this beautiful pearl necklace formation. As the water goes, this tank going further. And then the next thing that happens is it's not really worth looking at, but you get sort of a tiny little bubble. That's the leftover. It's not worth photographing. You don't have to go. So that's what happens when a drop of water hits something dry. So we can look at it. So we can, fruit counts as dry in this case. So this is just a bit of fruit, a little series of fruit. And one more. Okay, if you put a little tiny puddle of water and then you drop a drop of water into it, different things happen. It's different from like a bowl of water, a glass of water, there's not enough water to have a proper drop sequence form. But cool things can happen. In that case, I missed the drop, but in this case, I pushed a little puddle, but in this case, I didn't. So there was a little puddle there, and then it dropped into it, and you can see, if you use the ventilation, that was really back when I was touching. And that was it. So you can get all kinds of different things, all kinds of shapes. Okay, that was it. Soap bubbles. I've done some work with soap bubbles. A drop of water will pass through a soap bubble. Because they're both wet, you can actually put a pin through a soap bubble if you wet it first. And then it'll go down and it'll do the whole routine. Just like that, I don't think I put a picture in there. You can see that it's about it's meeting here, and then it's not going to do a sound because it's a dry surface essentially. Eventually, when the soap bubble becomes too thin, then the next drop is going to pop it. So that's the actual popping. I did a little bit of fire, so I put alcohol and dropped some liquid into it, some water into it. Couple of those. Milk. Actually, Harold Edgerton sort of pioneered high-speed photography 40, 50, 60 years ago, and he used milk. Milk is a little more viscous than water. It moves a tiny bit slower, and it can give some pretty cool effects. So in this case, it's actually milk quality milk with some food coloring in there. And this is a tiny, tiny example of a rebound ball. Okay. Not exactly the same image, but it's pretty similar. Because milk is a little thicker, it has a little more elasticity, and this is actually food coloring being dropped into milk. Food coloring is a little thinner than water. Milk is a little thicker on the bottom. It fires it up higher. So you just get some really dramatic effects. Where it's really, this could be like 10 centimeters approximately tall. I did a little bit of paint. Paint's very thick, so you get completely different stuff going on. This is milk in the paint, this is food coloring. This is paint in the paint, with food coloring. And now we're back to water. And this is just a air bubble. And this is something we see all the time. It depends on how big the drop is. So, if you're looking at rain falling into the swimming pool, you'll see this, but it depends on how hard it's raining and that sort of thing. But bubbles form a lot. You get your bubble. Sometimes you get some really interesting shapes before it comes back to being round. This one looks like a dewdrop. Okay. Crowns. So we talked about crowns a little bit in the beginning. Now we'll do a little bit of a deeper examination of crowns. This is on the dry surface, but there were some drops sitting there. So that's, if it's just undropped, you get the pancake we talked about. This is milk and food coloring. It's an acrylic sheet that it's on, and you get some pretty cool colors and effects. This is water again, and same thing, but it looks like gelatin. You can see these really cool spikes. Probably you can't develop. Anyhow, another food color. And sometimes it can just look like this probably look like water and I did multiples. for a while, so I did a series where I tried to get more than one drop in the frame. I drilled a small pipe, I built some holes in it, I had a garden hose basically, and I squeezed it to try and get the water, but the water, you know, the pressure is equal throughout, so it didn't all come out at the same time. It was a quite a work in progress, but anyhow, some of it worked. And sometimes we would form some pretty cool shapes. So here you have two craters. On one side, here is a column, potentially humanoid figure, using imagination. And then I'll go back. I started to notice some interesting stuff happening. And this one, obviously, looks pretty different. It's not a case of where it's in a different shape and it's coming together to form a ball. This is actually a collision. So, go to the next one. And you can see that one. You can see it even more clearly here. So what's happening here is a mid-air collision.
Just got the. Okay. Maybe 2 minutes.
A little bit. So this is a column, we talked about the column, and the column breaking into block plates. There's a tiny unit that I got, or actually a valve unit, that allows you to control the first drop and then time the sequence, time the interval between the second drop so that there's another drop coming down to hit it. And so I started working on these. I did a little research and I started working on collisions. And I spent quite a bit of time on it. So there's a lot of images of collisions. So here's what's happening. You can see for that one. You can see where the drops are meeting, and this is not a movie or anything. These are all separate drops, but with the time you have to go slightly further ahead. And so you can see that it starts to pancake again in collision. And depending on if it impacts directly on the other block, it's going to do different things. I mixed a substance called quark. It's a powder. It's actually used for as a food emulsifier. Mix that in to the water that you're dropping, and then you get some very different effects. You can go on and water. So this one, you can see how the water is stretching because the water gun changes the certain tension and it changes the way the water acts, basically. These are all collisions. Okay, this is the flow series, as I call it. I'll shorten things up by basically saying it's a blacked out aquarium, and I drizzle either sweet condensed milk, whipping cream, milk, basically anything that was on hand, I would drip it into it. And next one. And then what we would do is turn it upside down. So for the next one. So that's what the original image looks like. And that's the original, that's what it originally looks like. So the water's going in. This is a reflection of the bottom surface of the water. It's really difficult to explain. And it's a little bit tough to understand, but you get some pretty cool effects. Soap film. Soap does really interesting stuff. There's a lot of technical reasons for it, but the colors that you see are created are because of interference in different light rays. That's the technical reason. Anyhow, I would take a square, basically a plastic frame, dip it in soap and water, hang it as these pictures. And if you just left it, it would just show basically straight across frames. What I then did is I would take a syringe, attach it to a hose or a small tube, and I would blow on the side of it. And the air currents would create these we create these different patterns. This is a parabolic arch. Basically, imagine a garden hose, spraying a garden hose. Of course, eventually gravity takes over and it forms a parabolic arch. Eventually, with high-speed photography, you can capture some interesting things. And then when you have two streams coming together, you get even more interesting effects. Next one. Lower. Okay. Good. This is the last thing I think will be related to here. This is, I call them fish bones, but if you bring two streams of water together at an oblique angle, they don't just splash all over. They form, okay, this is not the best. This is the last thing I did before I shut down the studio, and other things affected it, but it basically, it will form like a helix eventually, like a DNA type shape. And I only got the first part of the DNA helix. One more. So here's what I'd like to do. I would like to, as I said, I am doing an NFT collection. We're launching it hopefully this month, but in a way. I would like to give someone an NFT, and I would like to give someone a physical piece. And what I would like you to do is help me a little bit with my promotion. So that's my Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, if you go to Twitter, in my profile, you'll find our Discord. Join the Discord. And then if you want to tweet something about what we're doing here, that's fabulous about the talk. But please, if you could retweet my pinned tweet. And that's basically it. Probably if you tag me in one of them so that I can find it. But what I'll do, maybe after lunch, we have a few hours to do this, I'll pick a couple of others by random and I'll check.
All right, thank you very much. All right. All right, so what we'll do is we'll get everyone stand up, all right? Everyone just stand up. I know it's so comfortable, nice breeze, but that's not what we're gonna do today. All right, stand up, just shake a little bit, shake a little bit. All right, all right, so that's great. And that is very interesting. I'm a photographer myself, so I found that quite interesting. Now, let's do a little bit of mastermind here. And I see that a lot of people are from a different level in the NFT, right? So how many of you are artists? Okay, we got one artist here. How many of you planning to do it for a business? Perfect. Gonna be a part of the business, all right? And how many of you planning to do this for a community, to build a community? All right. Okay, so it's really interesting. This, you guys can sit down now if you want. But the interesting about NFT is that we're moving away from the Web 2.0 to the Web 3.0, which is the decentralization, right? And what's really cool about this is that a lot of the power is kind of shifted. So what's interesting about this is that a lot of the power kind of shifted back to the artists, right, the people, and now you have the ability to use the NFT to sell and get appreciated. For example, through the art that you have seen, right? And you what is the value behind the NFT? Can anyone give me an example of value behind an NFT?
Access.
Sorry?
Access to community.
Access to the community, that's a good one, right? So with NFT, how many of you heard of the board 8 yard club, right? And is that why you guys here? You want to make a whole bunch of these? No, no one's want to make these. Fair enough. But that is a good example of NFT as a community. You get, you might look at the NFT and you look at, well, what is this art? Which some people consider art, some people consider it just a bunch of JPEG, right? But the power is that there is more power behind that. How that particular piece represents, the rest of the community, which is a great answer. Any other benefit that you get from NFT? No? Art, from the artist's perspective, what's your thought? Go to the next level. The next level of art. Yeah, it's like in photography, if you think about it, it's like we shift from analog camera to digital camera, right? There's gonna be a change, but it's a new technology. NFT is really exciting because, as you can see, everyone here for a different reason, and there's so many different applications. Like Arthur used it through Galileo for different things, right? And even use the liquidity for a different reason, right? And for example, what you see earlier is about the art behind it and how the NFT kind of authenticate that particular art, right? And in the Web 2.0, people kind of just there are no value in art, right? In the Web 2.0, like Instagram, people screenshot it, repost it somewhere, print it on a t-shirt, nobody cares, right? But in here, you can screenshot it. You still can screenshot it, right? The value is not on the art itself, but on the authenticity of the art, the token behind the NFT. And that is why the NFT is so powerful, because now, all of a sudden, a JPEG that's worth nothing, can be screenshotted over and over and over again, right? And we post it and get claimed by other people, Now, it can be authenticated through a blockchain technology. And how does this apply to businesses? Any thoughts? No. Well, it can apply to so many different ways, right? You already hear from Arthur how he utilized NFT through the community, through selling stuff, And at the end of the day, I think what's exciting about this is that the limit is endless, right? How many of you think that NFT is a currency? Okay. How many of you think NFT is a tool? Okay. And how many of you NFT is just a way to make a lot of money? That's awesome. Yeah. I like to say this that I got into NFT because of course I want to the big motivation is to be able to make a whole lot of ease, right? Eventually, but the most interesting part about this is that there's so many possibilities. You can actually, a lot of you are business owners here, and you know that you cannot make money without giving value. Okay, as simple as that. So then, NFT, you have to think NFT as not a JPEG. It's not an icon. It's not an art, but it's the value behind NFTs, the things that you have to think about if you want to utilize this for your businesses and try to integrate the Web 2.0 with the Web 3.0. Right? Okay, cool. So, just a good way to kind of round that up a little bit. Way to, there's different ways to kind of understand how NFT could work. And I know a lot of you are kind of just in it to, dip your toes in it. And, the possibilities are endless. And over the next course of 2 days, we'll find different people and how they utilize NFTs with different reasons. And those are something that you want to be thinking about, because at the moment, NFT is such a new industry that there is no right answer, right? Everything is open to the interpretation of each other. It's open to your creativity, and that's what's really cool about it. Is that the people who have made it in this space are the ones who have brought an innovation, a game-changing technology, game-changing way to present things in art, whatever you may do. All right. So next person we will have Blake Coleman. Right, he's coming right up here. And Blake has 30 years experience in the startup business, including construction, trading, funding, and real estate. And is developing a new project for ECTA, which bridge real world assets onto the blockchain. And that's something that we've talked earlier, touched base earlier about it. And yeah, give Blake a round of applause, and we'll see you.
G'day guys, good morning. Today I'm going to be talking to you guys about real world physical assets and how to get them onto the blockchain. So basically what was just said, I'm going to show you some ways that we as a company are doing this through pretty much everything that you guys use on a day-to-day basis. I'm filling in for our CEO, Berwin Tanko, who would usually be up here. He's probably one of the most lovable, likable guys you could ever meet. But he's in Dubai trying to get us some money from some VCs. So I don't have any presentation. I'm just going to speak some stories and share some value for you guys. Hopefully you guys can see what we're doing and see how we're going to change the NFT game in the real physical world. So a little bit about me. I invested into ECTA before I joined the company. I had a real estate company, still have a real estate development company here. I was really psyched and excited to see what Berwin was doing. I knew what Berwin was about. He's a very accomplished property developer himself in the Philippines, and he's done international business around the world. So I really looked up and respected what Berwin was. 4 years ago, though, we were doing a lot of partying and no business, so we developed a really fun relationship. Going into when I first invested into ECTA, there was a couple of complications. So I'll give you guys a bit of an understanding of when you see ECTA, you might see something called V2, which is version 2. When we first got involved with ECTA, they brought on a CTO, and that CTO ended up being a bit of a crook. He ended up minting a bunch of NFT, a bunch of tokens within the blockchain on ECTA, and he ended up running away with $4 million and crashing the company to absolute shit. So everyone thought ECTA was done and dusted. If you ever see that in the entire blockchain community, you're definitely thinking of a rug pull. So Berwin got the entire team together, said we're not running away from this, we're going to tackle it head on, and that's what he did. So he brought on new partners, he brought on new security protocols, he brought on basically a whole new ecosystem, and that's where he was able to relaunch ECTA and turn it to version 2. So now the company is doing quite well, and everyone seems to be happy. Yes? So good question, I'll have to talk about what ECTA is now. Enough about me. So ECTA is a blockchain company, layer 1, and we are we're basically focusing on bringing everything in the real world onto the blockchain and through NFTs. So one of the first things that we are launching is something called HYBEX, which is our hybrid exchange. That hybrid exchange allows everything from a normal exchange, but going from decentralization and also a bit of real world assets as well. Creating a platform where it's easy to use, and I'm not the dev, so I'm not going to continue talking about the HYBEX. What I'm really part of is I'm the director of new business. So that means I'm in charge of the real estate. I'm in charge of the real estate, music projects, the sports, the fashion. I'll talk about the fashion in a second, and numerous projects like that. So ECTA Real Estate is a project which I was super excited for when when Actor first started. So when Berwin, through COVID, had his hotels, they all went dead because of the COVID pandemic. So he was sitting around and he's like, well, how can we generate money? I've got so many staff. What can we do for the future purposes so that we can cover ourselves and help our staff continue to keep their jobs? So he got fully immersed into blockchain and realized that there's opportunities for tokenizing real estate so that everyone around the world can invest at a lower barrier of entry, and also you can offer better rewards like staking, ROI potential, opportunities to own assets all around the world without having to physically go there. So he developed Pedals, which was the first version, and now we're just into active real estate. So we are now working with an idea that is called Exit Island. We've created a platform for people to put all of their properties onto the NFT marketplace. So we go through a bit of a procedure with that. You have to have your own due diligence. You have to actually have a proper, a good development for us to actually put on, so that we know that people are going to get good returns, and it's going to be more than just staking and so forth. We're working on an idea called Exit Island at the moment. So Exit owns. Does anyone know where Gili G'day is? Yeah. If you don't know where Gili G'day is, perhaps everyone's heard of Lombok. It's an island which is just next to Lombok on the south side. Exit owns half of that island. And what we are planning to do with that is create something called Blockchain Bay. So we're building this entire huge eco-friendly resort, kind of like the Chengdu, but on Gili G'day. And we're going to be offering all of that through NFTs. So people all around the world can get immersed themselves within the blockchain community, and they can reap all the benefits that we're going to do with that. Now that's going to bring a lot of, think of like this NFT live event, which is a great event, guys, as well. But we're going to be doing that through thousands of people around the world. Yeah, mate?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, so if people bought an NFT for the island, what rights do they get? What do they actually sort of own, if you like?
So they'll own the land and whatever villa or room or whatever it is that they purchase from that.
So would they own like,
So would they sort of own like a whole villa, like traditional real estate, or would it be like they own a fraction of it, or will they own a part of the whole thing? Like what do they actually?
It depends. So some of the villas we will have full fractionals through 721, ERC 721, and then other villas will be through a 1155, which will then have fractional ownership as well. So it depends on the scalability of on how big the villas are and what people are willing to invest into that. Currently, we're also working on other active developments, which are just us building our own developments and then offering fractional aspects to that. And when we were going through the white paper, the number one thing for me is that as a real estate developer in Bali, the traditional aspect, to get people actually to transfer all their money, $500,000, $1 million into a development, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of getting through red tape, especially when you do business internationally. So when we're writing the white paper, the main thing for ECTA is that we want to improve people's lives through the blockchain, and we want to help people to make money on the blockchain, but not take out, not cost an arm and a leg. So we created a fractional real estate aspect of active real estate so that you could invest for as little as $200. And that $200 gets you the same rewards, the same ROI potential than having to invest into a whole $1 million property. So now we're giving people benefits all around the world to invest. And I remember this when I was younger and I started doing business in Australia. If your business wasn't 2 to 5 years old, you didn't have enough credibility within the banking system to get a loan to then start getting into property. I wanted to change that. I wanted to help people all around the world. We, on our behalf of Vector, we do all the due diligence. We make sure the property is making good ROI. We make sure that everything in the building and the due diligence and that aspect is 100% correct. And that gives people the confidence to be able to invest into that no matter where you are around the world. And if we can improve people's lives through real estate, and we all know that real estate is a very safe bet, then we're going to help a lot more people increase their financial opportunities, and we're going to help them become more financially successful. No matter if you're earning $50,000 a year or $500,000. So that's active real estate. Then we have active music. So active music, we have a lot of friends who, oh sorry man, what's your question?
I just wanted to before you move from the real estate thing. So basically, number one, is it possible right now that I can buy a villa and transfer the villa to someone else, for instance, in the same way that I transfer an NFT from a wallet to a wallet? Is that the reality today, right now?
Good question. Our NFT marketplace will be ready in April, May. So next month, our NFT marketplace will be available for onboarding of properties, buying, and then selling to different wallets. Because Ector also has a bridge. So
basically transfer a villa in 30 seconds.
Correct.
Okay, that sounds pretty cool. And the second question is how do you spell Ector? We have a website.
EKTA. So if you look at ector.io, that will come up to our website. The real estate is realestate.ector.io. I was going to say that at the end, but thanks for reminding me. So other ways that we live our life is everyone has another question. Yep.
Sorry, and I apologize if this is sort of getting into the weeds a little bit, but with the property NFTs, like obviously with the normal way property works is you have like a title or some kind of legal document that's registered. Is that sort of ultimate sort of ownership, the kind of title, is that actually put onto the blockchain? Is that how these NFTs are verified?
Yeah, so you'll have we're focusing in Bali in Southeast Asia because the regulatory sort of, lost the word, the regulations, right? The regulation in Southeast Asia is quite different to Australia and America and Europe. Through the leasing aspect of land and ownership here, that's what allows us to have an entity here. So for example, Ector has a PMA in Indonesia. We buy land and we develop property. We own that entity, but then we can take that ownership in that entity and we can actually put it onto the blockchain on the smart chain, on the smart
So
contract.
it's the ownership of the entity on the blockchain, and that entity holds.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so all that will be within the smart contract so that everyone will see exactly what part they own. There's a lot of different numbers, that's why I don't really want to go too deep into it because there's actually quite a lot of like ins and outs and a lot of depth when it comes into that, but overall that's as simple as I can make it. So going on to
sort of like a metaverse mimicking the land that you have in real life sort of thing?
I want to stay away from metaverse.
I mean, you have like physical land lots that maybe I bought, let's say this villa, that means...
That's what we're planning to do later on. We just really wanted to focus on just getting the real world physical villas and everything like that, and then just putting on the NFT platform. I don't really want us to go into like the whole gaming and having that kind of digital metaverse kind of feel until later on down the track when we have plenty of depth development. But it is on our minds. If we're just waiting for the right time to develop that, which actually brings me to another project we have with Metatrees. So Berwick is very, very deep in with this project called Metatrees. And I think it's, at first, when I first heard about it, I kind of didn't understand it. So I'm going to give you the simple aspect of what Metatrees is. Metatrees is a digital game that is tied to real world aspects. So Metatrees is about planting trees around the world that you can actually buy through an NFT, through a very cool, funky tree. And then they've got a game, we have a gaming aspect of that where you buy 2 different types of trees and then they end up growing together and the NFTs actually become bigger and better. What the physical aspect of what that's trying to change as well is in the Amazon. So everyone here knows how the Amazon rainforest is being cut down all day, every day. The Metatrees is actually, when you buy the NFT, we are actually paying the farmers in the Amazon to not give up their land and then plant more trees. So we're actually trying to save the rainforest, but it doesn't just stop there. It also adds around the world. People in Bali, people in Australia can buy the NFT and they can plant something in their backyard, take a photo, and then through the gaming aspect, which kind of comes to your metaverse question on the digital landscape, that will then be geographically shot with the NFT and gaming aspect, and you'll be able to see all these trees all around the world being planted and growing. So that's Metatrees. Obviously, there's rewards and stuff that go on with those NFTs as well. The other physical aspects that we're working on is active music, active fashion, active sports, and active ticketing. So active music is something that I'm very excited about. We have a lot of different musical artists, a lot of rappers, singers, from all different aspects. You've probably heard some of them who are good friends of ours. We know that the music NFT system is really growing right now, and we wanted to help and develop more artists and more people to be able to make more money from NFTs. I had a meeting with a friend of mine who just flew in from LA yesterday, and he says that he's been involved with music for 8 years. He's done a lot of producing for people like Skrillex. I'm not too sure if some of the people here don't know who Skrillex is. Thumbs up, good, amazing. Skrillex, for those who don't know who he is, he's one of the world's biggest like EDC, DJ in the world. He's been producing for people like him for about 6 or 7 years. In the last 4 months that he's got involved with the NFT game and producing his own music and then collaborating and putting it on, he's made more money in the last 7 years than he had more money in the last 4 months than he has in the 7 years of producing for all these types of artists. So the thing I like about this is that it's giving power and giving opportunity back to the people who are actually making our lives better. If it wasn't for producers, we wouldn't be listening to some of the favorite artists that we actually listen to. So we developed active music to help and get those NFTs out. And then we decided, well, that's only one aspect. How can we help everyone around the world to listen to music better and help artists from producers, writers, the artists themselves, like Justin Bieber, who doesn't write any of his stuff, he just sings. And then obviously you have the record labels. So now we are developing an architecture to do Spotify Web3. So we want to take what Spotify's done in Web2 applications, and now through one of our partners, we are developing that same architecture, but for Web3. This means that instead of a songwriter or a producer waiting 3 years to get paid, they get paid the same day that their song is streamed. That means that record labels get paid the same day. Every single person that is involved with that song gets paid the same day. And this is the great thing that I love about Web3 is that we have the ability to do that, and it's transparent, and no one can actually have a cry that the record label should get paid first or the artist should get paid first. Everyone's getting paid appropriately, and that's something that's super important in the world. Active Fashion. Active Fashion is, again, another platform to help designers to create their own brands and get involved with the NFT hype. However, it goes one step further. It allows brands to actually create their image a little bit more crazier than what you see in the real world. So this shirt here, it's from Blah Peace. It's one of the first designers that are going to be launching on our Active Fashion NFT marketplace in July. So Bisso, who is a part of this, I'm not too sure if anyone's heard of Bisso here, he's based in Bali, but the reason why he created Blah Peace is because he wanted to create a platform for the same sort of thing that we're doing it for active music, for artists. He wanted to help artists and designers get on top of a platform and start making money from their designs immediately. So the reason why we partnered up with him for Active Fashion is because he now, when you buy a shirt, everyone here shops, everyone here is looking quite fabulous. If you buy a shirt, he is now offering profit sharing. So when you buy an NFT and then you get that shirt, all the NFTs that are aligned with that collection, you get 15% along with all those sales as they move forward. It's got a lot of other collaborations with artists and work, and we're doing a lot of cross collaboration with Nectar Music and Nectar Fashion. So again, it's about sharing, not just buying, but it's also being able to profit from wearing something that you love. So that's Nectar Fashion in simple terms. Then we have Nectar Ticketing and Nectar Sports. Nectar Sports, we're still developing that, but again, it's all wrapped around helping artists, helping athletes to make more money, both pre their career, during their career, and post their career. A lot of athletes, especially going into college, the NCAA, which is basically the body that we control all the college athletes, they've only just allowed them to start doing brand deals. They never used to be able to before. So now NFTs are a perfect addition to help athletes make money before they actually get into the pros. Because what happens if they break a leg or something like that, they don't get into the pros, they don't get into the NFL or the NBA, and then they're stuck with a great talent but aren't able to financially benefit from it. So we want to help them as well, just in case. The last thing I want to talk about is really when we start talking about how far NFTs can go. Those projects are things that we deal with every single day. My parents are very hard-working people. My mum is in the cabinet making industry. She has a company there back in Australia. My dad has 3 different types of cleaning companies. He's 66 years old and he still works harder than any 18-year-old I've ever seen in my life. Now, I don't know how he's still alive and he can keep working that hard, but I continually talk to him every single day. Dad, when are you going to retire? Dad, when are you going to retire? And he says the question, he's like, well, what am I going to do when I retire? I called him up 2 days ago and I said to him, I was like, Dad, I've got an idea on how you could possibly retire and still benefit from your businesses. So it goes quiet. And I know when it goes quiet, what he's doing, he's going to his office, he's opening a bottle of wine, and he's about to take a seat, because usually when I say stuff like this, he has no comprehension and he usually almost passes out. So I know he's got a glass of wine and he says, okay, shoot, tell me what's going to happen. The thing I love about Nectar is that our whole goal is to get the physical world onto the NFT chain. I want to, after all those projects are done, I want to launch Nectar Small Business. So Nectar Small Business is an NFT platform where it allows small businesses from all around the world to be able to use NFTs to their advantage. Now, let's call it 2024 and I launch Nectar Small Business. We have Nectar Music, we have Nectar Fashion, we have Nectar Sports, we have Nectar Real Estate. Everything is growing very, very nicely. Dad, how many client invoices do you do a year? Son, I think I do like 11,000. Okay, 11,000. All right, Dad. What we're going to do is we're going to get one of our up-and-coming musical artists in Nectar Music. We're going to take all of the physical invoices that you do, and we're going to turn them into NFT invoices. So from now on, instead of emailing an invoice, instead of sending physical paper to someone, you're going to send this NFT invoice to someone's wallet. On top of that, I'm going to have one of these NFT artists, these musical artists that we have in Nectar Music, and we're going to get them to make one song, and we're going to drop that in the NFT invoice. 2 years later, that NFT artist, that musical artist, blows up. Now every one of his songs is now valuable. So there's 11,000 invoices that my dad has sold. My dad has put 5% royalty on that invoice, and our NFT Nectar Music artist has got 5% on that NFT invoice. 2 years later, both of them are now getting paid because people want to listen to this song. People want to stream this on X's streaming Web3 Spotify platform. Everyone's getting paid. My dad's retired, and he's sitting back collecting all this extra stuff into his wallet from something he did 2 years ago. So I finished telling my dad that. Goes quiet again. And he's like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna fly to Bali, I need to figure out what all this NFT stuff is, because that actually makes sense. So, what I'm trying to explain is that Ector is really thinking outside of the box. And while you guys, everyone here is going to see a bunch of NFT chatter about digital aspects and all that sort of thing, I'm just here trying to make our world that we're already in easier, faster, and an opportunity for everyone to make more money, but then also give back through all of our charity work and that as well. So that's Ector as a whole. I hope that is a bit of a understanding of what we're trying to accomplish and trying to help do our little bit in the world. And I want to thank you guys for your time and have a great event. Oh, any other questions? No? Is that real estate?
I have a question. So, in the case of your dad, for instance, how many bottles of wine?
I think I kind of got it, what you said. So that this artist creates a track, and then it is attached to an NFT invoice that your dad sent to the client. Could you elaborate a little bit on how this would work? And basically, would that invoice have the 100% ownership of the royalties of this track, or would that be a fraction? How would that work?
So the royalties would be, how that works is, of course, every invoice is going to have a different cost, but that's not what is going to be the value. So the value will be according to the market, right? So it's something that I didn't want to, again, this is just like, I'm talking about 2 years ahead, so this is just my theoretical idea. So when that value starts happening and then people start listening to that song on our platform, then that will start giving certain money back to the artist immediately. But then the royalty, it's only going to be a choice of the small business and the artist. So we would encourage only to have 5% royalty for each, so it's 10% as a whole. So when everyone starts selling that contract, then that NFT, then it's going to be 10% going back to the artists and small business, and then everything else goes back to the actual client holder, the NFT holder. Does that make sense?
Kind of. And what would the artist get in exchange initially? Let's say that I'm the musician, right? So I give you this 5%, 10% of the royalties that then you can sell with your invoice, and then you will have the 5% of the royalties that my track will generate in the future. What I'm getting as an artist, you are getting the 5%. But
artists are also getting the 5%.
Right, but what would be why would I as an artist give you these 10% royalties when I could still have the royalties from the kind of rights regardless?
So think of it as like up and coming artists, right? Who could have the exposure. And I hate how I just said that.
Right, so I get it. So basically what you're doing with the invoice is you are giving me the chance to be heard and eventually create more mechanical rights. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, that's what I did enjoy.
Yeah. And I say 11,000 because I was only working with my dad's company, but we can talk about doing like 100,000, flat of that. So it's like numerous different companies around the world. But then you also look at how big small businesses in the economy. So my job and my focus is to help as many artists to get onto our platform and make money themselves. If I can get a lot of fantastic artists, both upcoming and bigger and smaller, and I can help them some sort of way with like a small business aspect, that's my kind of idea on how we can help everyone. Okay. Thank you guys.
One more.
Yep.
Just to piggyback on that, and it's the idea that you're going with a small business that has invoices because they're generating revenue. You can actually say, hey, as an up-and-coming artist, you can now partake in this revenue-generating business, but on the back end, you're taking back some royalties when you do eventually, if you do eventually get this.
That is an option. That is an option as well. So there's because it's again it's like the first sort of asset round. Yeah. But that is another option as well. That if a small business believes in an artist and an artist wants to do that again, and that's why we're all in this industry because of all that collaboration, right, and helping everyone else out. So that can also be you get an immediate commission for all of that back to the artist, putting their song on there, and then they have a royalty on top of that. Yeah. Perfect. Satu lagi.
Hi, thanks. So you started to talk at your layer one chain as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So for the royalties, I do understand it doesn't make sense for artists or record labels or writers, producers to get paid years down the line, of course. But if you want to pay it out the same day, I mean, the average Spotify stream generates 0.1%, really 1%, I don't know, very little.
0.0004.
Yeah, very quickly, yeah. So can pay them this out every single day? Is that why you have your own blockchain? If you do this on a different chain, I can imagine the gas fees.
So when you look at the gas fees, they're minuscule, actually, compared to everything else. So that's another reason why it allows us to be able to achieve that as well.
Okay.
Any other questions? We good? Yep.
You mentioned a project in the Amazon, so I would like to find out how you manage that because probably that could be cheating.
How do we manage that? So and I'm going to be fully transparent here, I'm not, Meditrees isn't under my umbrella. From what I know, Berwin has achieved through, because of his family and his network, they have good partners within South America who are aligned with that Saving the Rainforest project. So they've aligned themselves with like a carbon credit. One thing I did mention is that we also have a carbon credits project within EDTA. So it's a lot of offsetting for corporate. And then that company that we are working with is mixed in with the Amazon rainforest and that as well. And that's how they've been able to help us tie relationships with that whole farming community for that. That's my simplicity of like as much as far as I know about that. Meditrees is launching very soon though, so I would suggest keeping on top of the IO and waiting for the release. Yeah, I'll be full transparent about that. That's not really my project. I know the basics, the simple aspects of that. Yeah, but I know it's good partnerships that have allowed that to happen. Sorry if that's not enough detail. We good? Yeah. Again, thank you guys.
And I mean, you guys, how many of you guys can think of new ideas on how to use NFT either on your business as an art or whatever it may be? Give me a hands up. Perfect, right? And this is what's exciting about the NFT world, isn't it? There's just so many possibilities. I mean, you just fill out pretty much a whole bunch of them and come up with all these different platforms and different ways to not only contribute to the main creatives, but also to everyone that contributes, right? Because most of the time, those people get forgotten, and that's what's cool about this thing, right? It's traceability, it's always in blockchain, and all this stuff. Now, I think, a lot of us here, we want to apply it in terms of some sort of way to monetize this, right? How do we use it as an artist? How do we use it as a business? And so forth. And It is new technology, and there's a lot of kind of people that are skeptical on it. What are some of the skepticism that you come across in building project and putting your idea out there that you have come across? Can you share a little bit about that?
I would say it's just education. I mean, every time everyone hears NFT, everyone can agree that artwork and crazy JPEGs and screenshot that photo and you're good. They're all the things that come up. I just try and help, and I like to tell people that the last story about like my dad, just to help people understand that we're heading into an era that is quite unknown. We all have these ideas that NFT can improve our lives. So it's a matter of just being patient and taking the time to educate people on what the possibilities are. So then they understand that there's more than just a photo, there's more than just a JPEG or something like that, that there's actually real world cases and utilities you can actually apply into. So it's just trying to educate them that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And what are some of the biggest objectives that people, come across, that you have come across that people kind of opinion on about, merging the real world with the NFT world? Because it's something that's quite new. A lot of us have a lot of questions, right? How this gonna work? How does this paper that tell you an ownership of this property, for example, suddenly in the blockchain somewhere, how do you connect that with the JPEG, right? And that's what people think. NFT is a JPEG, and that's the big mind shift, is that it's not just a JPEG. But what are some of those objections, and how do you educate them? Since you just say that education is a big thing, and we're here to learn and all this stuff. So what are some of the biggest objectives, and what can we inform the rest of the world about how we can use this NFT world to make business or a better place?
So real estate is the biggest one. So you guys had some great questions, and there's some of the objectives on understanding around ownership. In America, they have tokenization of property, but they run it through as a security. So it's a bit different. So with us, we don't want that because we want to be centralized and everything like that. Right? So how we can educate them on that is the leasing aspect within Southeast Asian Indonesia, let's just call it Indonesia, allows us to give that ownership to people. We can't do it with freehold again because it ends up becoming a security. So it's just understanding the legal points that the Indonesian government allows us to achieve with real estate and staying and sticking within those guidelines, because the last thing we want to do is anything illegal for the government. So it just comes down to you really need to understand the legal points for leasing when it comes to real estate. If you want it to be security, then it's totally different, so it's not what we want to be. So that ownership is probably the biggest part. I think the objection that we get with real estate.
Just one last quick one. What would you say to people who think NFT is a scam? That's probably one of the biggest, objection that, people, I guess, all of us here kind of believe NFT is working one way or another, right? You're here to want to make this work, you want to learn how you can integrate with the real world, but we still, there's about 95% of people who've never heard of NFT, who don't know what's NFT about, and if we're gonna make this work as a business, as an artist, we need to be able to onboard them, right? To build that bridge.
I understand that completely.
Yeah. And what are some of the education that perhaps we can learn, so that when we come across that sort of objection, we could, what actually came across in terms of that?
Let's look at history. So my parents, obviously, when they first heard about NFTs and all that sort of thing, again, thought it was a scam or didn't understand it. It's just people are scared of the unknown. When you look back at the 90s and like late 90s, because that's when I can remember credit cards being on the internet, and when the internet came around, even before credit cards being able to purchase on being used through internet, when the internet came around, people were unsure about it completely. They thought it was a fad. You Google internet is a fad, or internet is like a fad, yeah. And it comes up with many Google articles. Then when you go fast forward a little bit more, when everyone started using it, and started saying, oh, I can put my website on here, I can do this, I can do that. And then you can start getting into the e-commerce aspect and start buying stuff off like from credit cards. It's the same thing now. All we need to explain is like go back in history and say, hey, this is not new, it's just a different technology that everyone's going to eventually use. All we need to do is just remember what's happened in the past, and no one's getting hurt unless you get a rug pull. So perhaps don't put that in. But we just want to help people understand that it's just technology. Take the time to learn about what NFTs can do, the technology behind it. And also, I mean, if you're looking at NFT being a scam, make sure you 100% do your research about the company. That's it. What are they doing? Invest into something that you like and what that project is actually doing. Then you can have a safe bet of not getting scammed or rug pulled. That's my advice.
That's awesome. Thanks, man.
Thanks, man. Thanks, guys.
All right. Give a round of applause. Yeah, I think, it's really interesting how people can say NFT is a scam, and that's exactly what Lake was saying. It's not different than internet, it's not different than phone, it's not different than credit card. We still use them to this day, and they are just a piece of technology. I think that big mindset shift is that NFT is not just a big head, right? It's a technology, and some people will do it, will use it for the right thing. Some people might, exploit it for the wrong thing. But I think one of the most important things is to understand the possibilities. And change are difficult, right? Change is pain, but that's how we grow. That's how we get better in this world. When we first move away from, when we first got into the internet, how many of you remember the dial-ups? Am I the only one that remembers the dial-ups? When every time your mom or your parents or your sister pick up the phone, it would connect it, and you have to wait another 15 minutes for the page to load. It was painful, right? And most people just did it until it kind of all happened, stuff and all this stuff. So this is it, If you guys here today, you are still early. You are the OG. You are in the early stage of the NFT, and that's really cool, right? You are part of a movement or a change in this world that, no doubt, we'll see in a couple of years' time. We're already seeing right now how people are changing the world with NFT. All right. Now we will bring Arthur in, and he has some giveaway. And
Okay, so before we talk about the giveaways, I wanted to kind of also give you a little bit of technical elements of some of the stuff that because Blake's Untitled Project and the Galileo Project have some parallels, and some of the questions you guys were asking were kind of related to some of this. So I want to give you some technical details related to that. Okay, so first of all, number one, okay, are you aware that there are two different types of NFT formats? Aha, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so most of the stuff that you see right now that are art NFTs are what's called an ERC 721. Okay, you don't have to remember that, but basically it's one time, it's one thing, one picture, one image, one thing, and a story. Okay, it doesn't have anything else. Now, in order to do things, okay, so for example, like Galileo, we are already doing what Blake was talking about doing with musicians, we are doing with coaches and trainers and consultants, okay? Even events, okay? And that requires an ERC 1155, okay? Now, let me explain, see, what an ERC 1155 is, that means you have one image, okay? But you can have 1,000 portions of the same image, right? So it's the same thing, but you've got 1,000, okay, let's just say, for example, 100. Now, 100 has the same image, but it's part of this one NFT. Now, let's just kind of see what the applications of that are, okay? So let's say you're doing an event. How many of you want to do events? Yay! Okay, you're doing an event. So instead of spending all your own money and spending all this money on marketing and everything else, what if you sell portions of your event? Okay, so let's say you have 100 NFTs, somebody buys 15 of them, they own 15% of the event. Okay, same can be applied to real estate, same can be applied to pretty much anything, right? Okay, now the thing is that the more people that buy these NFTs, the more people that are going to be marketing it, communicating, sharing on social media in order to be able to ultimately make the event successful. Or if you're doing that with villas or anything else like the Lemuria thing that we're giving away 15% ownership there. But again, that's based on the NFT. The more owners we have, the more people that are going to be promoting it because they make more money if they promote it. Does that make sense? Okay, so those are the two types of NFTs, and you can when you're dealing with real world assets, being able to break them up with an 1155 type of NFT is going to be a lot easier than trying to come up with something where you're minting individual 721s. Okay, does that make sense? Yes.
So what you're saying is that this same revenue source of NFT can be subdivided in more NFTs, or?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Example. I mean, if you look back there later on, we've got our NFT platform where you can you can trade different things, right? Travel. Okay. So you've got the NFTs, for example, the spa vacation, which we're going to be auctioning off later on. So those of you that didn't win one in the thing. So so spa vacation, we actually have 30 of them. Okay, one image, but there's 30 that can be sold. And then you've also got the difference in value between the first mint and the second mint. Let's say you create something, you build something, you have an event or whatever, you have a first mint, and then you have the second mint, which ultimately becomes more valuable.
So that's like an expansion of an initial NFT?
It's just a different platform. Example, okay, let's just look at a case study, Gary Vaynerchuk, okay? So he's a coach, trainer, etc. Okay, so one of the things he's done a event over 3 years. He does one every year, okay? So if you would have bought his books like last year, 12 of his books, what would have happened is you would have had one of his NFTs. Those NFTs give you access to those 3 years worth of events. Okay, now the thing is, well, if I'm going to go to an event, maybe I want to go to one event. Okay, and then later on I can sell it to somebody else who wants to go to the other event because it's good for 3 years. Okay, so that means it gives people that own it an opportunity to also profit from the same type of event, and also getting, again, where people are making the money up front, but then the people that buy it are actually making money from the resale. Does that make sense?
It does, but I don't see the explanation, the difference between the two types, because
okay, one can be the same thing, but 1,000 of the same thing, or 20, and one can only be one. So you can, if you have a picture of a cat, okay, if it's a 721, you have to have a picture of another cat to be part of the series in a 721, okay? While for the
oh, you're saying that one will be like 1,000 of the exact same thing?
Exactly, except that it's divided. So if you wanted to do ownership of something, you could divide that into 100, 1,000, whatever, depending on the price.
Okay, let's have this be that instead of having one NFT, they have 100, and then 100 people can have a fractional.
Exactly, yes. And then you can basically put money back into the wallets based on NFT ownership.
Okay, so one is one NFT for one asset, the other one is a fractional division via NFT.
That is correct. That is correct. Okay, different types. Okay, so 1155 is the many, and 721 is the single. Okay, so what I got here is some free vouchers from our sponsors. All right, so how many? Okay, these free vouchers are from Lumina. Okay, so Lumina, they do all kinds of facials and body things and stuff. Okay, so they do all kinds of things to your body and your face. Okay, which are making you look good, right? Okay, and so this is good for a free LED PDT treatment. I have no idea what that is. Okay. But it's supposed to be really cool and make you look more handsome or prettier. All right, so Okay, so I've got 3 of these, so we're going to give them away, and then afterwards, here's what's going to happen. Afterwards, we're going to have a tour of the castle, and then a break until lunch. Okay, so you are welcome to come on the tour, or just kind of forget about it and, go and relax. Okay, so first, okay, the first person to answer this question, okay, we'll get the first one. Okay, you ready? That was the question. Are you ready? Yes. Okay, all right. So first of all, what was one parallel between Galileo and ECTA projects? Okay, first, what was it? Real estate. Okay, there you go. You got a facial LED thing. Come on up! Come on, Lauren! Yeah. Your girlfriend will love it, or maybe it'll just make you more handsome. God knows you need it. Great. So next one. All right. With Max's presentation about the water drop, what was the primary lesson behind the water drop presentation? Yes. That art can be anything. You can make mud pies with art. You can do anything. You can take natural things from art. There you go. That is an excellent thing. That any kind of natural thing can become art and unique. Okay. And we got the last one right here. Okay. So this is based on what is one of the positive or proactive. Sorry. Let's see. World benefiting proactive things that the ECTA project is working on. Oh wait, who's first? Gosh, that was tough. Were you first, or were you?
You're doing hands, and I wasn't first for hands. I was first for showing it.
Okay, well let's do hands. Let's do hands. Okay, who got the hand? What was that? Is that you? Okay, trees is good. Trees is good. All right, there you go. Got it. Okay, that's what we got. So now, okay, so this is, it's empty. All right, so now this is what we're going to do. Okay, so first of all, how many of you want to have a tour of the castle? Now, some of it, we can't have all of the rooms because they're all kind of booked, but you can get to see the secret passages. Okay, can't show you the dungeon yet, maybe later. Okay, you guys want to have a tour of the castle? All right, so this is what we're going to do. You just kind of stand up for a moment. Okay, relax, okay, because we are finished for now. So then we're going to meet right over here, right outside, right here. Okay, in 1 minute, 2 minutes. So if you need to go to the toilet first, it's right through there. Right through the secret bookcase. Okay. If you want to order some drinks, you can order them right over here, and they'll be ready for you by the time you get back. Yes. Sorry? There's 2 bathrooms. Same place, but it's next to it. Not exactly the exact same. Okay, so any other questions? Okay, we're going to meet over here in 5 more minutes.
I over.
Honestly, like if you do a good job like marketing, they'll give you something for it. And it's worth your marketing. And it's gonna give you passive income. The authors, the whole team is on website. Like their Instagram, their Twitter, their LinkedIn. Well, yeah, people. You know what
Are we ready for the tour of the castle? Are we ready? Okay, so let's start the tour. We're going this way. We're not going outside. It's a trap door. So we're going to go and start our tour. All right, you guys ready? Follow me into the dungeon.
Buang-buang duit yang ada ntar kalau jalanin project ya. Actually, I'm writing Yeah. So, actually, we also work with uh,
Um, it's actually still same, but the timing is different.
Oh.
Yeah, and some speakers suddenly, some speakers have a last minute cancellation.
Investing, flipping, having a different kind of projects. We are also part of like some of the same ecosystem. So we spend a lot. It's called treasure. Treasure the magic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You're one of the first one that
Wow.
I'm gonna talk about betting because I have some mentors who's been invested in it and like hyping it that okay it's huge, it's gonna be huge, but I don't really get it. I don't really get it.
It is-
But
it is-
quite interesting.
multifaceted, big, complex. It's an ecosystem. It's not one project. That's the. Shall we refill my water while we talk?
The business model is probably like very similar to Nintendo or Shopify, where you can actually launch your own projects. Oh yeah, thank you. Ja, úgy egyébként az a legnagyobb befektetésem idén. Igen, Magic, aha. Inkább ez a kis szájt, vagy napkereskedés, vagy minden, igazából minden. Szóval ugye megvannak maguk a játékok is, de én nem akarok játszani napi szinten. Szóval most a játék maga az, hogy makro vagy mikro level. Most az, hogy oké, most ezt veszem, azt adom el, ekkor veszek tokent, akkor adom el tokent, akkor igazából ebben a játékban fektetek be, akkor most ezt az NFT-t veszem meg, mert ezt fogják használni ebbe és ebbe a dimenzióba. Szóval igazából erről szoktunk folyamatosan dumálgatni napközben. És azzal már egyébként tök jó pénzt lehet csinálni. Mellett ugye tartod a Magic Token-t, aztán
Ugye is Magic-en belül, hogy ott még NFT-ket forgatnak.
Persze, aha. De vannak különböző játékok, különböző projektek, amiket launchol be. Aha.
Én ennek nem hiszem el, hogy mondom ezt. Nagyon hype-olták benne, hogy egy kereskedő csoportban, én inkább ilyen napi kereskedőt csinálom.
A NFT-kkel vagy a coinokkal? Az király, mondjuk nekem az túlságosan stresszes volt. Én azt nem bírtam meg, mint 3 hónap után, én teljesen ki voltam égzetően.
4 éve.
Thank you.
But yeah, especially in the beginning, it was very stressful, and they have to shift a lot of effort on the psychological, mental side.
Yeah, but trading, like crypto trading. Yeah, I just thought.
Yes, I used to work as a software engineer for 7 years, and I started trading maybe 4 years ago, but it was always a side hustle. And basically, I quit my job last year, and since then I'm also just full-time crypto.
Yeah, take some balls.
Oh yeah, I mean. Oh yeah, much better. Especially after last year. And this seems so huge. You have to get used to it and get done.
That's why, like, you need to know exactly what your investment philosophy is. Like sometimes, the money that you invest, it's invested. Like anyway, you are in it for the long term. But if you trade, that's what I couldn't handle. I was dreaming with that stuff. Like I didn't have a peaceful night whenever I was like trading stuff. I was terrified waking up, like looking at the charts, like fuck. Okay, I lost here.
Yeah, it means that you just took too much risk. I mean, one of my mentors told me that he likes to be comfortable in the trade. And since I switched to this mindset that maybe I should just risk less. And since then, like it's much easier that time. I don't know, let's have a limit that okay, $1,000, $2,000 on a trade or something like that. And you know that you're not gonna lose more than that. But yeah, back then, it was last year when I was using like multiple stuff. And yeah, I couldn't sleep as well.
Yeah, it's not for me. I figured it out. I don't think I'm a good trader when it comes to like coins. Yeah, that's a good one. Or is it FOMO? dopamidás.
Yeah. But that's good news. I minted zero. Like I've been also following like ever since you brought it up, and I'm like I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't get the good vibes. So when my gut just tells me like no, like I'm like okay, it's a no for me, even if I miss
Good
out on it.
vibes from Discord channel or good vibes from the art itself, or what do you mean by that?
It's supposed to be a game, right? And then like when you look at like how many similar games are there, that's already a factor. That's one. I did feel that so many people were jumping on the game because of the treasure hype, that there is like potentially something happening. Looking at like all the other projects that they launched recently, the floor kind of settled like 20, 30, like 50 magic, and you already like pay more for the mint. I don't know.
So this NFT is like a hero or a character in that game, or an
I
item.
think, yeah.
Nice. Okay. And how many games are there in that?
1, 2, 3,
Yeah, you mentioned.
maybe like 6, 7. In pipeline.
So there's like 6, 7 and potentially 60 more, which are already in development. Maybe. So magic itself is an element. No? Okay. interested, and I was also entitled to get the money. And I was on my master program, and I just figured out that I'm going to. I'll tell you later. I'm losing my train of thought. I'll tell you later. Yeah. I'm dripping.
So, go down,
Yeah, do that.
So I started trying to help about
Lunch is downstairs. Downstairs. So walk down the stairs, and it'll be on your left, on your left. You can get the conversation down.
This was also my first. You sent me the picture, and actually those chairs are
So they were dormant. I mean, they were dormant. They were actively
I showed up and you were.
Their token valuation, I think, was either 8 or 8.
the speakers, but also making that connection. Also making that connection.
Just give me a second. Everything's about and quite possibly change the whole world, right? I mean, if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go further, build a team, right? Go together. So just highly encourage you guys to make as many connections as possible and see how you all can help each other from the different industries. All right, but to kick something off today, we'll have a couple of exhibitions. So the first is the Justice podcast, and this is actually quite interesting, right? This is what we've been talking about, finding a different way to utilize this technology, the NFT, and how you could integrate it with what's already happening in real life or in the world, and perhaps whether you want to use that as a tool, as a token, as a representation of whatever it is on the real physical world, or you want to bring it into the metaverse. That is where all of this is very exciting. So today, a series of connection and co-creation, and we want to welcome Bobby, and we'll talk about how this come about and what's the NFT is about, right? I mean, podcast. Who would have thought, you could NFT a podcast? But here we are. Isn't that exciting? All right. Well, give Bobby a round of applause and
Thank you, Sandy. So I'm really grateful to be here. I just want to say thanks to Arthur and all his team for arranging this. And I'm sure going to conferences and connecting with people is very welcome after the last few years that we've all experienced. And in light of that, I just want to ask you guys a couple of questions. Is anyone here experienced the feeling of isolation or disconnection in the last 2 years? If you have, just put your hand up, please. Thank you. So there's a few, I'd say maybe about a third of the room there. Thanks for participating. And then on top of that, has anyone felt that they haven't really been able to express something that's been in them, whether it's been like an argument online or any kind of aspect of your life? Has anyone experienced that? Please raise your hand if you have. Okay, feedback. By the way, the feedback was quite a cool intro, I thought. So thank you for sharing how your experience has been over the last couple of years. And that brings me to the fundamental reason why justice exists and the significance of the NFTs that are created from it. And so it's deeply rooted in my desire to connect people, to help them find inspiration and to express this in a meaningful way. I deeply believe that there's a fracture, many fractures in our society around the world in so many ways. And we need, my view is that by coming together in person or either on Zoom and having these moments of connection, when we do that, we can start to express from like a place of what I call collaborative consciousness. And I see it as a place that when we come together, we can share these messages and they don't come from individuals. They're not filtered through our minds, they're not filtered through our egos. They're coming from the voice of the collective for the good of the collective. Now, I've been very lucky to experience and engage in a practice called social meditation for the last 3 years. And this has really given me direct insight into how, when you do come together with people, either in real life or Zoom, and you connect in this way, something really magical happens. And that's what my intention is to show with just this. So that's the reason behind it. And I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what it is, and then I'm going to show you a short video so you can kind of actually see what's happening. So I mentioned social meditation, and what I do with my guests on the podcast is I welcome them in and I facilitate a social meditation creative process. So this is an improvised creative process during which we create a title which is completely made up on the spot about what's alive between the two of us in this collaborative consciousness. And then and that is why I'm so say, The same thing can apply to this. So what do I identify by the NFT? So actually, if any of you here buy the NFT during this week, and then you get in touch and you say you witnessed me here at the summit, then you can have a month of social meditations online with me. So we can do that'll be 4 social meditation practices over the course of the month. So that's what you get as a special bonus for the people that are here. But quite honestly, there's nothing else attached to them at the moment.
Right. So if let's say that this piece, right, is sold as an NFT, can this be, I don't know, reproduced somewhere else, or that person should deliver royalties or anything to the owner of that NFT that person bought?
Great question. I think the question of counterfeits is a big issue with the NFT at large, and the NFT industry at large. And I don't have a solution for that myself personally. It would just be to urge anyone that does buy it to make sure its lineage comes directly from justice. And I think if you look into the blockchain transactions from NFTs, you can tell where they originate from. And if people make that mistake of buying a counterfeit, it's probably because they haven't done the due diligence. So really, that's all I can offer for you in that respect.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
So I'll quickly add to yes, okay. I'll quickly add to that, right? And that's a really good question because people say, well, this photo, right, is really good as NFT, or just screenshot it and then what, right? And I think this is where it's really important is that 2 millimeter shift of what is the value behind these NFTs is not just the creative part of it, but the tokenized part of that particular art. So it's NFT stand for non-fungible token, and therefore it is a token that cannot be altered, cannot be changed, right? So for whatever reason, if this podcast go viral, right, then there are a lot of intrinsic value behind it. Okay, there's a lot of it becomes popular. It becomes people want to own things that are that are history making, or that has if you have a connection with the artist, right? That sort of value. Now, you go back to your question in terms of how do you authenticate that. That's where it's all traceability, right? When it's been minted, when it's been created and turned into NFT, it has that token, and that token connects to the creator. Now, that's where you need to do your due diligence of who is that creator behind the person who creates that NFT. But essentially, all of this is public information, and that's what's cool about it. It's like there is no way of like, oh yeah, I claim this, but it's actually not mine because it's all there. Like
Yeah, but that's bringing, I mean, before you were talking about some of the skepticisms about NFT, and I see, for instance, that the NFTs are something really cool for a lot of things, and I can see how actually absolutely everything will become an NFT. But I'm also quite skeptical on how this will bring potentially more separation than togetherness. Because it's like, oh, sorry, you cannot share this in your Instagram because I own the rights. You cannot play this thing because I own the rights. And this is quite a tricky thing, you know, because I can obviously see the value and particularly in the utility of things that needs to be separate because, you know, a guitar is a guitar and a flower is a flower, right? But yeah, there is a potentiality for this thing escalate to a completely mind-blowing confusion about what property actually is. And we are already seeing it, you know, with things that are completely overvalued. I mean, don't tell me that a lot of these things that cost $500,000 is really what they cost. I mean, there is a problem between the concept of value and price, which are completely different, you know, because value is not only related to price. When we use the two words interchangeable, we are in trouble as a society. And this is the danger that I see in this whole NFT thing. There's a potential for creating more separation than the idea of connection and togetherness that could potentially also be bringing, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I've got my own thoughts, but
I call this an experience NFT. It's an experience that you're actually tokenizing, right? And it's not fungible because, as you said, it's a unique connection between two souls of energy normalization, harmonization, and at that space of the container, you're actually channeling the flow of unique intelligence, divine intelligence, or cosmic intelligence, or akashic intelligence, whatever you want to call it. You're channeling that and putting this in this container on NFT. That's basically, this is the provenance, right, of this experiential wisdom.
But how can you take something that what you just mentioned, you are talking about things that are intangible, things that are
no, it's a value is in the perception, right? For example, I said like,
but you said about channeling consciousness or channeling or sorry if I'm putting the wrong words, but you are talking about basically quantifying the unquantifiable. Like
I don't want to quantify it. If you quantify it, you're limiting it actually. So it depends on the idea of the beholder, right? So for you, the value might be this much. For him, the value might be this much. So the value is the perception based on their mindset and what they really need to use it for as utility, right? So these guys, like basically, if you create NFTs, they think creative economy is free to use for individuals. For if there's organizations using the same IP, they will get charged. So you can find smart contracts in different layered economic models. So it's not that like talking one of zero, it's not binary, but it's basically it's free or not free, right? So everything is possible, and this is the one we're talking about, setting out that being bold and encouraging enough to kind of push the boundaries, right? We're at a very embryonic stages in the crypto NFTs. NFT is just a medium at the moment. There could be other types of tokens to be funded, right? Experience NFT itself is a new field, and I have some deals actually coming to my pipeline that focusing on experience NFTs. This experience is a little bit different, and it has a lot of that's what.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's a good example is Mona Lisa, right? There's a Mona Lisa right there, right? That's price is different than one individual, right? And that's the same thing. It's the authentication behind that particular art, right? And with this blockchain technology, it just makes it a lot easier, right? Just think about it again, like it is a tool that have the traceability, the way to authenticate, the way to be able to be oriented to those who are part of the project. And those are the possibilities that we can, that we should think about on how we can harness that in real life, right? Because if we think about it's not going to work, everything's not going to work. But at the same time, everything could work as well, right? So just you had something to add to this?
I just want to say thank you so much for the discussion and the questions. This, like I said, I'm kind of working this out as well. So, but I'd just like to share an example of a future plan that I had. So, I'd also like to do a call out as well. So I'm looking. Oh, this is like a boiled down like MVP version of a live performance art concept that I created and run previously that involves musicians, art, and words. This is just the words section. And so on the first hand, I'm looking for partners in the space so I can bring this project to fruition. And I see it having exactly the same impact that I described. So imagine we just did this live with you guys, and you contributed to it as well. And then at the end of the performance, there's this massive painting, there's a soundtrack, and the audience can buy sections of that, or they can buy the actual main piece, and that is the NFT. So they get to actually take this intangible experience that they've had in the moment, in the event, that's been turned into an NFT right there and then. So I think that's what we've done a few more times before, but just to give you a little bit more of an example of how it could be more utility for it. And thank you all.
That's perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, listen, I think it's really exciting. And a question like this, we need to ask that question, right? Because that's how we grow. That's how we figure out how we do question things so that we can figure it out. So it's great. That's such a great question, and it's actually one of the most questions that I've come across, in the NFT world. So it's good that we have this conversation. So if you do have something that you feel like, okay, well, how does this fit with the overall big picture? The chances are somebody in this room have that answer. So whether you want to do it during the break or during this Q&A session, please ask the question. These are the things that gonna help us push the boundaries, right? All right. So the next exhibition, just a quick one here, and this is another great case study, Roger, right? Roger basically took some painting from his painting that his mom has put together, right? And put it as NFT. I'll let him talk about it more because he'll know more about it. But at the end of the day, he uses a medium of NFT to be able to reach more people. Because at the moment, or in the past, this was sitting in his mom's basement that's basically collecting dust, right? So now that it is put out there, it has the possibilities to reach a different audience, to reach more people out there, right? And like a lot of people kind of think, it's like it's just a box. Is it really art? And it goes back to what you were saying was that a value is different for everyone. I think a good example is that if I were to sell this phone to you, you probably pay what, $200 for it. Well, I'll probably pay a couple of $1,000 for it because there's so many things in there. Actually, probably careful with that. Now that I've mentioned that, but because there's so many things that is so valuable, right? And information, a contact. That if I lost all that, I would literally pay that money to get that thing back, right? So a value to everyone is absolutely different. So it's just that's a really good discussion point. Thank you for the question. All right, you ready to proceed?
Thank you. Mic check. Can everybody hear me? I'm really new to this, but welcome everybody to Ubud. I've just arrived this morning and I already feel like enlightened, being cool. So what I want to present you here, actually it's my mom's art. I'm honest, I didn't paint it by myself, but I want to bring her legacy out into the world, and I'm sure she will be super proud now that her art is presented here in this audience. So I told her yesterday, after I got some beers, and I felt really nervous already coming to this stage. So yeah, those pictures my mom painted, they are mostly oil on canvas and abstract art, and she used to paint them over the last 25 years. And now the originals are held in the Principality of Liechtenstein. So she doesn't want to sell it because when I was staying at my parents' house, like during the pandemic, I saw all those art paintings in the basement and thought, oh my God, I can get maybe some money out of those. But my mom said, no, don't sell them. And that's why I came into crypto, and then I saw this NFT, and I said, okay, let's take some pictures from those NFTs, and maybe I can sell them. But I'm not here to pitch them to you, so I really just want to show you. I mean, who doesn't love roosters here in Bali? So it's really good that you put that as the first picture, because in Bali, I think everybody has some special feelings towards roosters. So yeah, this one is really the one I like the most. So I also choose this as a special one. And the description of this one is a fluctuating mortar. And this exquisite piece of art was painted in 2007. It promotes calm and fullness in a hectic world, and it's all you need to look at to release tension after a hectic day. So actually my mom, she wasn't a professional painter. She didn't do that to make money. She never went to exhibition or something. So it was basically a hobby for her. Like she went to Italy doing these drawing courses, like come together with friends, drink wine, painting during the day. And she used it as an escape from the real world. So this painting I had for a long time when I was living in Zurich in my apartment in the kitchen, and every time I came home after a stressful day, I was looking at this and like escaping in this other world and like grounding myself again. So that's really what art means to me as well. But before I say something more about this, I will show you some other pictures. I won't show all now, but like the one I like the most. So this is one promotes the American way of life, like everything is possible, and be your own hero, become your own hero. Yes, exactly. Okay, so this one, it's actually in my mom's living room right now. So here you can see like sweet home. So it like creates this connection, like you were talking about before, like in the family, you know, like this family home. You come home, you have a cozy home, you feel instantly connected to your family, and probably that's all what we're also looking for. And this one is just a dude hanging out, and viva is a word we used to say in southeast of Switzerland when you drink beer and proceed to each other, like viva, like life. So I think that's already it. Yeah, so those are the pieces of art I wanted to show you. And one last thing I want to add to this. It was an analogy what I was learning from Tony Robbins, I think last year during some of his events. And he was talking about you need two things for success in life. So the first thing is to master the science of achievement. And I think we're all really good in this. Like we go to school, we get our degrees, we become very successful in our careers. And there was also a guy, his name was Robin Williams. Most of us probably know him. He committed suicide, but it wasn't like because he was not successful in life, but he was like he lacked in the second part what you need to be successful in life, and that's the art of fulfillment. And that's why I think this NFT space is really interesting, because it brings together those words like the technology, blockchain, and all these kind of things I really don't understand. But it connects this art of fulfillment space, also what I was talking about before, like this connection between the people. Like you go out for surfing or go to museums, watch the art, and like feel happy again and content with your life. So that was my part. Thanks to give me that slot and enjoy the rest of the year.
Thank you very much. Any question here? Do you have time for a quick question? No? All right. Well, okay.
One question.
That's Roger. We have a question.
Did you sell your NFT?
Sorry?
Did you sell this NFT?
Did I send it?
Did you sell?
No, I put it on OpenSea for now, but
Yeah.
I got no buyer.
Okay. Or your mother, did your mother sell her house thanks to the NFT?
If I tried to sell them?
The rare art.
I believe.
Sorry for my accent.
Okay, I was just thinking about this before when you asked like, what do I have if I buy an NFT? So my mom doesn't want to sell the art, maybe some pieces you could make the deal, like I get the original for you if you really want to buy it. But if you only buy the NFT, because I'm working now as a coach to help people find better sleep. And I created a meditation program. It's an 11 days meditation program. I put it on my Patreon page. So if you buy an NFT of mine, I will give that meditation course for healthy sleep habits to you as an add-on. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate that question. Yeah. All right. So we have earlier Stephen have kindly offered to give away a physical print as well as an NFT. Is that correct? And so it looks like we have a winner. Is that right?
Yeah. I want to say thanks to everybody who reached out on Twitter and Discord. We have 10 people. I haven't chosen winners yet. My son just educated me there's apparently a random number generator on Google. So we're going to do it together from 1 to 10. So the first place winner, I would say, will get a choice of either the NFT or the physical text. First place winner can choose between the NFT or the physical piece, and the second place winner will get both as well. So I'm just gonna, it's already got a number on it, but I'm gonna generate a new one. And that's 5. So 5 is 9 a.m. NFT.
All right, 9 a.m. NFT. Who's claiming that? Okay, all right.
So would you prefer to have this physical piece here, or would you like to have an NFT? Not, and just to be clear, it's not an NFT from the upcoming collections. It's from what I call my vault, and I'll mint it, and I'll just airdrop it to you.
I would love to have that NFT.
Okay, done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next one.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Now we're down to 1, 2, 9. 6. That is Cryptotem.
If you guys want to win stuff, I think you guys have to see that tomorrow. Sounded like it's his seat. Maybe you should enable that and bring that seat home. Bring your luck. All right, is that all?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, so who learned from that 2 exhibition? No one learned? Okay. That's interesting. Okay, well, somebody's learning something. That's great. Yeah, it's just exciting, isn't it? I think living legacy is one of the biggest the bigger motivation for artists to put their work. I'm a photographer, and one of the first things that really attracted me to the NFT world is that having an art in the blockchain, even when I vaporize into the thin air. So that's a cool idea to have. But the next person, we have someone very special, founder of Soul of Meta, right? And it is a platform for gaming ecosystem. Yeah, and he will talk more about it, but he'll talk more about the journey and the learning curve and everything that you guys can learn from it, not necessarily just the ecosystem. So it's probably a good time for you to tune in and write some notes. And if you do have a question at the end of it, we do have a Q&A session. For those of you who have the similar ideas. But yeah, here we go.
It's coming.
Hello, Bali family. Welcome. Yeah, you can do the presentation, I think. Make another presentation?
Oh. Wait. Oh.
Yeah.
Is that this one?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll be talking about the next generation GameFi and MetaFi. It's basically.
That's a bless.
Let me ask you a quick question. Like, how many folks heard these words? GameFi.
Tinggal turun dia dulu.
Nice.
Ini ya.
So basically, are you going to do it?
Yeah.
Just do it.
Okay. This one.
This one. Okay. So everybody knows that metaverse economy is huge, and Citi recently publicly said that it's going to be 30 trillion by 2030. I'm talking about metaverse first because that's pretty much all encompassing kind of almost like a space. All these NFTs or games or any other types of economies will be living in the future. A lot of people thought metaverses are more like virtual based on the gaming. A lot of games actually had metaverse-like experience. So that's why gamers are a lot more native to the metaverse experience as well. So, but actual metaverse, what's coming right now, the next generation metaverse is more hybrid, like physical and digital. We're calling it digital metaverse, right? With AR, VR, extended reality, hybrid reality, mixed reality, all that things coming together. So that it's like a seamless experience. So you're already actually in a metaverse by having a phone. So it's like augmented exoskeleton for your digital information, right? But not everybody has a digital avatar, but everybody will be having a digital avatar, and that will be NFT as well in the future. So just some of the players you already know, Sandbox, Decentraland, everybody's grabbing land, virtual land there. But again, this is very early stage. A lot of people don't believe it, but some people are betting on it. And the value is growing up a lot in metaverse land. But again, it all depends on the critical mass, whichever the platform gets the most critical mass, just like Facebook got most critical mass compared to MySpace or Friendster and other guys in the past. So a little bit about me so that you understand my journey, so how I came together here. So I did my master's in computer science. My master's thesis was in decentralization, distributed computing. This is way before Bitcoin use case came along. So I joined Pricewaterhouse in financial services practice in New York City, and then basically ended up doing a corporate world in fintech. So I have a financial service fintech background, and then after that, when Satoshi's paper came along, I was doing actually my security software startup, AI-enabled security software startup. So I mean, to AI and decentralization. So for me, it was a kind of almost exciting moment that the blockchain, the whole decentralization concept, which is reflected in the DLTs, which is distributed ledger technologies, and blockchain is one of the DLTs. There's other DLTs like Merkle trees and hash traps and all those things, but the ones popular is right now blockchain. And the Bitcoin is just one use case of that on the blockchain, right? So it's basically a protocol on the blockchain specific to the fintech space. So a lot of people get confused between the Bitcoin versus crypto versus blockchain. So there's kind of layers of separation there. And yeah, basically last few years I've been with Accenture, Pricewaterhouse, Booz. They're like top tier management consulting companies, traveling around the world, advising Fortune 500, Global 2000 companies, senior execs, and especially in fintech, digital transformation. And after starting my startup in Silicon Valley, security software startup, and exited, basically started being an investor advisor for a lot of startups, and got into crypto as an investor advisor as well, and in 2015 mostly, and then basically got involved more and more NFTs and gaming and metaverse in the last 2.5 years or so. One of the reasons I got excited about the gaming part is, as I was mentioning, gamers are kind of native to this like metaverse version 1. So you don't need to tell them why you need to buy assets, digital assets, or what's how to navigate the metaverse space. So it's easier, low-hanging fruit in terms of adoption. So I decided to focus on the gaming economy. And NFTs are basically, as you all know, crypto punks and Basi, Bodia, Bored, Yacht Club. These NFTs were coming up, right? That's basically, I call it a version 1 or the phase 1, where a lot of people don't understand, as I think the gentleman over there was saying, that the valuations are ridiculous. It's sometimes it's money laundering involved, and all kinds of things are involved. People don't understand why a monkey, GIF or graphic is millions of dollars worth, right? It's more for actually culture and the community. That's what they're actually buying into. They're buying into membership into Soho House, or or Habitats, or some exclusive clubs, exclusive communities. That's about the culture. But then again, this is the phase 1. They don't have much utility other than you belong to a community. You get access to experiences through these type of NFTs. And the next generation NFTs are basically have utility, right? NFTs are nothing but a unique representation of a digital or physical or a digital asset, or physical asset and digital representative of digital asset. We call it digital twin of a physical asset. So basically, it's just a representation. It's just a technology. It's just a hash pointer on the blockchain, right? So basically, NFT can be used in any different scenario where you want to represent a unique and ideally a rare, so that its value is actually increasing as well. There's utility actually being included as they go. So to talk about the journey part, like the gentleman there, basically not only to create the content, but actually the journey of by putting by actually actually like a explaining impartial. What was your elevator? Stuff to unlearn and kind of how do you do it in a, for example, in this situation, right? So having here and giving your time would actually give you some tokens. But the token has to be worth something for it, right? So how do you do that? You create token economy and list it in DEXs and centralized exchanges. And obviously you can maybe the community for this. The gentleman who has a mouse art, the reason he's not selling it is because he needs to have two things. One thing is either you need to do marketing, so you need to do marketing with a specific target audience that actually will buy those kind of NFTs or that type of art. So you need to find the distribution channels and actually create the marketing campaigns specific to the distribution or target audience, right? Or tap into the existing communities that actually enjoy those types of art or looking for NFTs. Somebody wants to buy the NFT, right? So basically, a lot of people want to just buy NFT without even knowing why they're buying because they just think that it'll go up automatically. But it's not the case. The people and everything, it's a little bit screwed as well. You know, most of the people know we bought and we sold it for $600 million, but if you sold it to somebody that a billionaire, crypto billionaire that he cannot really create his eat, so he just bought it and created a metaverse, and also So what you see 600 million this and that in the news, in reality, it's not happening everywhere. It's happening like a very wrong situation, right? And even the other things that we talked about, like, floor price is like a point on feet in 6 months. I have this new like 20 feet, and some influencer, Alex Becker, or somebody talks about it on their channel, people think that they can do the same thing, but it's not gonna happen to you. And this is happening because it's kind of fake promotions. But NFTs are great technology and amazing vehicle, but some of them are misusing it like any other new economy, like gold rush.
All right, give him a good round of applause. All right, so how do you guys find that? It was quite interesting, isn't it? How you can turn gamification into NFT and not only have fun, but you could also earn income from it. It's something that really blew my mind when I learned about this in the NFT industry. I was like, wow, people do actually enjoy playing around. I can actually make money. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess that's just one of the possibilities. It's, people have different interests, and I think the ultimate goal for us is to live by doing the things that we love, right? So, and this energy world have really opened that up for us. So that's just incredible. All right, so on to the next speaker. We have Igor Orlando, and he will talk about more from the system side of things.
Hi, my name is Gordon, and today is my invitation to you. Into, so my invitation to you is about collaboration in the creation of these digital collectibles, which are known as non-fungible tokens, or these. These collectibles can be expression of your individual creativity, and they also can be valued as your contribution to the evolution of all humanity. So many artists already leverage this ability to utilize digital collectibles to express their art in form of NFTs, which become available on the marketplaces, which become available to be explored and purchased by buyers. Those buyers who are able to recognize the value of effort that invested in the creation of these collectibles. So this collectibles can be linked to audio, video, any other kind of media. This, they can have mutual and immutable attributes. As you know, those pictures that you can purchase on marketplace, they have a linked picture that can never change, that guarantee to be immutable. Some collectibles can also be mutable, such as an example figures for a game, and during the gameplay, the character can swap and change, so it can have mutable attributes which can be changed during the gameplay. So this collectibles can also be bought by different assets, can be bought by other tokens, currencies, other collaterals. These tokens can be also created as well as individual creators, but also collections can be made by collaboration of multiple creators, such as example when musicians around the world they can collaborate together and put their different songs into the shared album, and they can collaborate together with artists and other people contributing to the creation of their album, and they can share royalties paid transparently from royalties from sales of their songs on the marketplace. But what is the most exciting opportunity of NFTs is that they can be linked to the activities in the real world. Such collectibles can be reliant to online networks the activities to real-time, real-world events. For example, a game where the cards are such a game where, like in game-like metaverse, cards can be linked to the real time, real-life sporting performance. And for example, through prediction markets, these owners of respective tokens that represent real-time players, and they can be rewarded for the performance of players and sports teams in real life. That's the most promising feature of this token of blockchain. Through outside network, they can be connected to the real world. And that's one feature. And the second feature is that the collections can be created by a collaboration of multiple creators. Can be created as a collaboration of a community of DAO, where members who they their proposals are satisfying the values of community, they can put all their NFTs together into the single shared collection, and everyone in the community can benefit from sharing the same place in the same collection. So when we combine these two features, linking to the real life activities, and we combine it to the activities to create collaboration, then together it's where the real innovation of blockchain shines, and that's where the real opportunity today, where many what is called decentralized micro communities evolve, which are multiple people around the world, which are united by shared values, shared vision. So these people, they create a shared collection where each collectible in it represents some activity. It can represent some contribution of members according to the values of this community. So, for example, there is like a community that's about global peace, and in this community, those members they can organize global peace meditations, and their value, their contribution according to the value of this community can be expressed as a particular NFT inside of this collection, inside of this collection that be graded by respective community. And this community can also leverage ability to receive external funding from other people who also value this global peace for the contribute to. The community can recognize each member contributions inside and rate each other exists accordingly, so external buyer can benefit from this transparency. Or any other example, so many communities being created today, and it's my invitation to you to join this community that has shared vision, shared values with you, or create your own private community where you can recognize other thoughts and other people's contributions and leverage from ability to get external funding from people to recognize the same values of your community. So that's what happens now, and this is intermediate step in our economy system where it's moving from centralized currencies to smaller size currencies which are being valued inside of the communities. So you can see actually about USD dollar itself as just as a single USD collection which is being created by people who work, who contribute to the country, and its currency is recognized within the respective country, and you can exchange different currency between countries. So that's what will be future is NFTs. That small communities can create their own NFTs and then can use NFTs as a measure of payment inside of this community. And different communities can exchange these NFTs between themselves. So That's the original vision actually of Bitcoin and of Satoshi when creation of Bitcoin in this original implementation. You know that actually in your Bitcoin wallet you can trace every smallest fraction of your Bitcoin to its origin that it was created by miners. Miners create Bitcoin as a way of the network to recognize its contribution to the security of the network. And the similar way in the future communities will allow its members to create money as a way to for the community to recognize the contribution of the member to the community, such as public goods and their contributions of people who, for example, can clean river or plant trees. Those contributions to the public goods are recognized by the whole our civilization, and these activities can create money from NFTs. So in original vision of Bitcoin, you can trace each smallest fraction of Bitcoin to the moment of its creation, and the same way you can trace each your NFT to the moment where it was created by person who made contribution to make this NFT. And to make a payment, you can divide single NFT to multiple to make them actually non-fungible fungible tokens. So it's my invitation today to join or create virtual community with shared values and leverage this opportunity. And, so let's remember to recognize each other's contribution and looking into other eyes to see oneself. It's not related to any particular like a platform and like don't advertise particular, but it's many platforms emerge in the space that you can research. But the simplest way you can just create like a Telegram channel and connect bot where each member of the channel approve creation of NFT that's related to particular activity in real world. For example, like when you organize like cleaning the river, you record it on video, you publish it in your Telegram channel, and this bot automatically create NFT for your community and your collection that's available in marketplace.
All right, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Okay, cool. It's one of the good reason to do an NFTs, like the transparency. So going forward, I think we're gonna see more of this sort of project where you can connect the NFT into the real world donation, charities, and so forth, and it's basically managed by the smart contract, right? But at the end of the day, why do you guys think NFTs sell? Why do people buy NFTs? Does anyone here have an NFT? All right. Why do you sell? Why do you buy an NFT? Hello, Lisa?
For the utility and the community.
For the utility and the community,
I
right?
think everyone will have a different reason.
Right. And
On NFT.
correct, yeah. Why do you buy an NFT?
Access to the community, but mostly to make money.
To make money. Okay. All right. Who else have that? To make money, right? Okay. So we already see, how do you guys find the NFT? Is it just, suddenly you wake up and you're like, oh, there's that NFT and I want to buy that. How do you come across that in the first place? Heather?
Well, I'll be talking about it tomorrow, but
Okay.
for me it was, I said one day I would never spend money on digital art, and then 2 days later I saw a LinkedIn post talking about, so I had said that I would never buy digital art, then 2 days later I saw a LinkedIn post about a new DAO, and I fell into that rabbit hole and got really excited about the community aspect of utility, and that's what happened. And then once you're in and you're in all the Discord servers, then you just start hearing all the alpha about all the different projects that are coming up, and one thing leads to another, and pretty soon you've got a full wall.
All right, yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is that the NFT doesn't sell for itself. I know we cannot see, we see the NFT world as if, you put things out there and make it happen, suddenly you earn a lot of money. At the end of the day, we have to treat it like a business. NFT is no different than that. The two case studies that people who have bought NFT, they're in it for the community. So what does that tell us? Community is one of the most important parts of NFT, right? But there's also other utilities, and those are the values that we need to think about on your market. A lot of this NFT and putting it out there. Why do people want to buy? It's no different than any other business thought process or mindset. It's an exchange of value, and whether it's a real value or a perceived value, there must be a value behind it. So just something there, food for thought. Yeah, so next person, we have the Vice Chairman of the Exam Human Foundation. And it's going to be a live stream. And what we will learn from this is the lesson learned from teaching NFT to establish business, right? So teaching is something that's quite important. And without further ado, Rima, can we get the live stream going? Rima?
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Harry, are you there?
Hello. Can you hear my voice?
Can you guys turn off the volume?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear my voice? Hello. 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 Can you hear my voice?
Alright, just give me a second, right?
Hello. You can hear my voice? Can you hear my voice and my slide? Hello.
Just give us a second.
Are they full?
Hello. Can you hear my voice?
Okay, can you guys hear that?
I can hear your voice. Hello. So you can hear my voice? Hello, can you hear my voice?
Sorry, excuse me, Rain.
I can hear you. Hello. Hello.
Di sini pakai di sini coba gedein.
Hello.
Ya, gede lagi nih paling gede. Lagi. Rain.
Yes,
Hi, Rain.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Can you speak again?
Yes. Hello.
Okay.
You can hear me?
Moment. Let me try to check again.
Yeah. I will try to do share screen now. Hello. Yes.
Shit. Nggak boleh ngomong lagi. Mana cara naik volumenya ya?
Ini udah full ini, Mbak.
Naikin, Mas. Yes, it's coming in a second. Udah full ya? Udah full ini. Tapi tadi 476.
Keluarnya nggak dari sini.
Harus keluar dari speaker tapi speaker jauh di belakang.
Bisa.
Hi, Rain.
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Try again. Hi, Rain.
Yes, yes, hello, hello. I'm Rain.
Oh, berarti pakai pakai yang dari
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, hello.
Yeah, this is the best one.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Yes,
I
Rain.
can, yes, can you hear my voice?
Iya. Bisa nggak? Coba dulu. Hi, Rain. You can start.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you can hear me clearly? So, hello, I can start now.
Yes, you can start.
Okay, okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rain Mahatma. I am co-founder of collectible.com, NFT marketplace using fiat money in rupiah. And also, I am a vice chairman in Texanium Foundation, the one and only public blockchain in Indonesia. So it's an NFT marketplace and also a public blockchain from Indonesia. So let me start the introduction first. What is collectible? Simply, collectible is curated NFT marketplace. We have some IP in our pipeline, and one of the IP that already launched is Indonesian Basketball League. So it's basketball, it's sport, and it has around 16 clubs and also 3,000 athletes in Indonesia. Yeah, in collectible, we focus on first-hand IP, intellectual property owner. So it's the copyright original owner of the IP, and we only receive rupiah in transaction using Indonesia-made blockchain. It's local blockchain, and in this year we will do cross-chain to other blockchain, not only in Texamium blockchain, but it will also can be minted in another blockchain also. Yes, we only use fiat money in collectible because you can say it's centralized NFT marketplace. One of the biggest bank in Indonesia, PCA, already support us in the payment because it's fiat money, so the market is very big. Because in Indonesia, it's hard to do payment using crypto, and people not usually use decentralized wallet. So using fiat is one of the way to do it in mass scale, in big scale. This is the type of NFT we have right now in the marketplace. But in the next 2 months, another IP will join also. One of the IP is VIA. VIA is the content licensing company of Antv. So Antv is one of the oldest television network in Indonesia. It already have 3 decades of content in their content banks. But this one is the basketball. If you see, the sample of the NFT is like this. Yeah. Yeah, so this is our NFT in collectible. You can say this as a sports memorabilia, which is uh, very precious for sports fan. Yeah, and also when we do this kind of NFT, the league and also the club and also the players all get their cut
Is the audio coming from
of
here or from there?
the revenue.
Wrong one, right? So we want to connect to Bluetooth. Device.
Yeah, other than collectible, I also involved in Sesame. It's Indonesian public blockchain.
So we can
Already,
delete any of this. We can.
already since three years ago. And
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that Ferry is plugging in. Yeah, yeah.
and as infrastructure, one of the project in Sesame is Rivernity. It's a decentralized NFT marketplace. Yeah, it's same like OpenSea or other decentralized marketplace, but it's using Sexanium or Flex.
Paired, but it needs to connect.
Using Flex crypto. Hello, can you still hear me?
Okay, now it's connected.
Okay, so that's the short introduction, and I can say that NFT in Indonesia is very big potential. Yeah, because in
That's him
in the
sharing.
internet for the last 20 years, digital content cannot monetize well. Yeah, in Web 2.0. So when NFT is coming, it's like a new life for every entity that has digital content. So entity that has digital content is a very big market in Indonesia. You can say it's a corporate, it's an artist or painters, music label or singer, and it's very big industry we have in Indonesia here. And uh, if you say about decentralized NFT marketplace, which people by using crypto, actually a lot of people still don't understand that buying NFT using crypto, it means preserving or saving your crypto
It's not from
using
us.
your
It's him.
NFT.
Yeah.
Yeah, this way.
Yeah, because the only pair exists in NFT is between NFT and that crypto. So if user want to sell the NFT with the crypto, if the crypto value down 50%, it means the user will get 50% less fiat money. Yeah, still, a lot of people still don't understand about that because the only pair exists is only NFT with the cryptocurrency. Uh, in collectible, because we have a centralized NFT using fiat, and our client, usually our client is go public company. Company already sell their share to public. So the first question they have actually is about what is the regulation. I want to see the regulation if we sell cryptocurrency. So in Indonesia, here is we can say that the regulation still isn't clear. For example, if we talk about decentralized or buying crypto using buying NFT using crypto, if you promote to buy this NFT using crypto, is it actually legal or not? I actually don't have the answer because usually every regulatory body they will say that it's Bapepti domain. Bapepti is the commodity regulatory body in Indonesia. But actually, BPPT not really say this clear. Yeah, probably because every regulators in Indonesia see the demand is still small. So if the demand goes up, they will tighten the regulation. But right now, it's still small. Probably the celebrity tokens or celebrity NFT will drive the demand and also the regulatory clarity. It will drive the demand and also regulatory clarity. So if you talk about regulation, actually there's also a few of regulation that we discussed with the brands, which regulators come from Indonesian Communication Ministry. They said that every NFT marketplace must register as penyelenggara sistem elektronik or PSE in Indonesia. In English, it means electronic system vendors. Yeah, so there is a kind of registration scheme that every electronic entity must follow. That means that every blockchain, public blockchain or private blockchain or smart contract implementation company must have legal entity in Indonesia, which is actually the regulation comes last year, but until now people still think is it relevant or not. Maybe it will still be there in the next 10 years, or maybe it will change. I don't know, because one of the regulation said that every blockchain company must have perseroan terbatas. In English is common. I think common enterprise. Yeah, it's a legal entity in Indonesia, which is sometimes difficult because if we say it about public blockchain, it's usually a foundation, not a common company entity. Yeah, it's one of the regulation in Indonesia right now. And if we see about NFT, it's different with DeFi. I mean, in last 2 years ago, we only have decentralized finance, which is, if we say about decentralized finance, actually the purchase of the DeFi product is still not final, because it's a staking or using crypto to get governance token. It's still not final, yeah, because the token must be spent elsewhere. But if we talk about NFT, as long as users happy to get the painters, to get the painting, or to get the game item or land, so the purchase is final. So if we are in decentralized world, we see that NFT is a path to purchase that is final. It's different to decentralized finance, which is still not final yet. And we also see that NFT marketplace now in Indonesia, it's similar to crypto exchange, like 10 years ago or maybe 8 years ago. In crypto exchange Indonesia, there is no license. Last 8 years ago, I mean, there is still no license. Similar to NFT marketplace in Indonesia, there is no NFT marketplace license. 8 years ago, if you want to buy Bitcoin, Indonesian must open account in other countries, not because in Indonesia there is not exist. But in probably 3 years ago in Indonesia, the license already come, the regulatory comes, because the demand for crypto and Bitcoin goes up. So Indonesia regulatory bodies create a license for crypto exchange. It's similar to NFT marketplace. If the demands from people to buy NFT rise higher, the license will also come to Indonesia. But right now there is still no NFT marketplace license. And if we speak about NFT, it's harder to understand than crypto, because in NFT you can say NFT as virtual asset or not. Yeah, if we think about regulatory in other countries, sometimes it's said like that. NFT can be specified as virtual asset or not. It can be different. Yeah, but in Indonesia right now it's waiting for the demand to rise higher for regulatory bodies give the license. If you see see about the NFT as a virtual asset or crypto asset, in Indonesia, actually there is a tax for crypto asset. It's 0.1 for the value added tax, 0.1, and also 0.1 again for income tax. Yeah, so if the NFT is a virtual asset, there is a value added tax and income tax, which is it formalized, I think, 1 week ago. Yeah, but in collectible, we see the NFT not as virtual asset, but it's a digital item. It's similar to selling MP3 or music, but with value added tax that is similar to digital products, normal digital products. But the ownership is recorded in the blockchain, and it will have liquidity on the blockchain. When we talk to a lot of big brands, usually we have some terms that can be described about NFT. One of the terms we usually use is a membership card, but with liquidity. Yeah, membership card, but with liquidity. That means if a corporate want to create a membership card, yeah, in NFT it has the liquidity. That means users will be easy to do buying or selling the membership card. Other terms that we usually use is NFT is for fundraising. Fundraising without giving up your shares. Yeah, that means the corporate can also must do a pre-sale. Yeah, it's similar also to pre-sale of the product, but the product must be real product or experience product, but without revenue sharing. Because if you give revenue sharing, usually it can be categorized of securities, which is probably in the next 2 or 3 years, can be regulated by the regulatory body in Indonesia. And other thing that usually we talk with the brands is NFT sales for charity and empowerment is very important topic. And so because the NFT sales usually they sold the digital product that before don't have any value, but now have value because it's recorded on the blockchain. Usually the charity and empowerment is very important topic for them. Okay, that's all my presentation. Hopefully can be beneficial for you guys. Hopefully we can connect later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are very grateful for the presentation that you've just given us. And how can, if somebody wants to get a hold of you, can you maybe put your, tell us your email address or something? Yeah.
Hello everyone. I'm Samya from based in Germany. Today I'm talking about the future of work ecosystem for the Web3 and metaverse. So myself, like I'm part of the future of work community for a long time, being an influencer and thought leader in this space. I'm basically a background of technology and strategy, like very much deep dive into Web3 and how it can impact the change in the ecosystem of future of work. That's the area I'm working with. And today we have wonderful session definitely on the NFTs, metaverse, and different aspect of Web3. Right, we have seen like what type of things are going to change with NFTs. We are using it, we are buying, selling, have asset right on that part. So I will explain you like now how it can actually evolve from the different aspect, because like before going to NFT, I think the important aspects are to understand the web part, right? So there's a whole big of evolution happened, the web starting from 90s to now it's still ongoing with the Web3, right? So we have seen like there's a tremendous amount of change in how we work in terms of wave, like in interactions between consumers, the producers, right? And the Web3, and this is definitely going to change a huge, which I'm not going to explain like this. I not want to be a technical sessions, rather I want to really highlight the use cases of how we can change in our way of working. So if you see the overall market, like from the wave 1 to wave 2, right, you can see like 1.1 trillion to 5.9 trillion to wave 2, even more, right? But wave 3 has really predominant the market, already based on the assumption, like the last assumption, the NFT market itself is 228 billion by 2026. Metaverse, like they have different predictions, like we have seen also like even more than 12 trillion USD predictions by World Bank, Goldman Sachs, and other. It's a huge market, right? So what does it mean? Like there are definitely the assumptions are based on definitely the opportunities we can create with such technologies, and actually it's going to revolutionize a lot of things. And I want to highlight in the way of like the work, like so those NFTs, the Web3s are not only the technology used for the different aspect, but it's also changed on your work, how we are working today. And that's definitely going to impact the way we are working in the future. Or it's actually started in quite a bit in many of the other aspect in different organizations and community as well. Let me give you an example, right? So first, let me give you like how the NFT is going to impact the world of work, right? So we have known like so far the NFTs as the art, right? The graphics, art, the land, and music. We have seen like people are selling have this type of fund like non-fungible assets, in their different marketplaces, So what does it mean for our work and learning, right? So there are different aspects, like, so if we see like there are a lot of work or the contents we are delivering today, by different means can be also sell or can be also treated as NFT. So for example, any type of content creation, the master classes, video lectures, learning contents, textbook, this can be definitely as NFT. The benefit is that like one can not only sell, they can also resell, right? So what happened today, like when we create this type of contents, usually we sell to group of consumer, right, and get paid. But here, like when the consumer consumes the content, they have to pay those content or whatever content it is. But at the end, they cannot sell it because they buy it, the content and part of it, because it's still a fungible content on that. But when we are going to create those contents as an NFT, that could be a definitely unique, and that can be a use as a definitely possibility to generate royalties, a different way of reselling. So not only the creators can earn, but also the who are the early adopters for those contents can also resell those contents, not only after even after consuming those contents, right? So this is one example, and there are certain experiments happening in different phases, I would say, and the content is one of the things, and you can see like that there can be any type of digital world asset, right? There's already a lot of research happenings on whether it's a tool, assets, presentation, posters, like design, infographics, like a lot of things can be really use of the value of the NFTs. So the main challenge is here, like how we can circulate the whole things towards the community and their spark, right? Because it started with arts and music, right? But definitely it has a huge potential to going there. And another part is about the possibilities of NFTs and actually blockchain technology to having a tremendous, providing a tremendous experience to the candidates or wherever is the candidate for the school or universities or for the jobs, right? So because it has a potential to really use the credentials to for your transcript, record, license, certificate, to also hold as NFT, which can be also a huge potential also to see like this your credentials are whether it's genuine or not, because this is one of the biggest challenge currently happening in the world of work. We have seen also like the university, like Duke University already started their education credentials, right? So they're first like Master of Engineering, their Master of Engineering course on the financial technology degree actually, act as an NFT. So there's already some experiments ongoing on this part. So definitely there are a huge number of use cases. So my main part is to telling you about that this actually going to change our work, how we work, right? So what normally in that phase. Metaverse on the other cases, like they are definitely a very, there are also a lot of interesting things happening in terms of discussion. Still it's very, maybe a long way to go, but a lot of aspects are going there. Metaverse as a learning and event space is already creating a lot of hypes and noises, voices. We have seen like there are a lot of events happening in Metaverse, right? So we have the opportunity for learning space, from Metaverse, which is definitely continuously going to evolve, right? Because it's very starting point for Metaverse. But Metaverse as an alternative workplace is something also a lot of companies are putting thoughts around. There research happening, right? Like, and Metaverse can be also workplace. We have seen from the COVID pandemic, like a lot of people is working in a remotely environment. A lot of companies have started changing their policies, like people can work from remote and other. So it's Metaverse can be another option. This is another part is going as a workplace training center or a Metaverse as an employee lounge, even, right? So where employees can go and interact. Even they can interact with the external world, right? So whether it's connected with the financial part or any doing, like we have seen like Metaverse used for the gym or even buying assets, NFTs, right? All different. There are different use cases going there. And I think it's a very starting point, because still we have seen like a lot of people, so there are a lot of investment happening, buying land, like virtual lands or in the Metaverse. There are different topics around, and it's still very early stage on that part, but definitely huge potential. And if you actually like to really dig down into deep layer on the Metaverse, like it has 7 layers, definitely. So most of the interesting layer from the point of the future of work is the creator economy, right? And we have seen like from 2010 onwards, like we have seen like a lot of creators now start earning, from the different platform of direct monetization from the fans, from their courses, subscription tip. Even you have seen like a huge boom of YouTube, TikTok, and all those channels where creators are really earning from them. What is going to change and already start happening is with the decentralization effect, right? So where it's not only with the creators, but also the huge contribution from the community coming to the aspect of Web3, right? So where the ownerships not only belongs to the creators, but also to the community, their fans, the early adopters, right? Who are supporting these creators, who are helping in different forms. So this is definitely a big change from the overall aspect which is happening. And the question is like, what does it mean from us actually, and what is changing in the work, right? Just to give you a highlight, like, this is not happening today. This is actually happening from a lot of like long years, right? We know like the part, like think about gig economy, which is a big size. Like now today is the size of 350 billion, right? Which is an estimate. We have seen like the rise of Uber, Taxi, Instacart. This is happening from a long years already, right? So people are not working in a normal 9 to 5 office hour. They are working in addition to their work, or they are working part time in different forms. This includes now at two different forms, where you can see like a more like a subset, like a passion economy, right? So where people are more trying to monetize from their passions, like the things like Teachable, Shopify, like which is also is a huge growth. The Skillshare, Substack. We have seen people are learning, earning from a different modes of business model, and then it's follow the new form which is already there from sometimes the creator economy, like the creators are earning from different media, but it's also helping the community to grow in that respect. So this open actually different forms of work, like all form of work. And if you see the current scenario on the landscape, it's huge, right? So whether it's a you passion to be a podcaster or writer, you like teaching, you're a salesperson or a shopper, even personal shopper, fitness instructor, like any type of work, you have seen like there's a huge number of addition of vertical platforms on different aspect around the world, right? And it's mostly like it's our global platform. You can interact, you can sell your service, you can sell your content, you can sell your capabilities in different forms and on a different way of working. So this is already there. This is already happening. This is not something which is going to change. This is happening. What is in going to addition is the Web3 opportunities, in the monetization, and it's mainly the two-earn models, right? So we have seen like the huge growth of Play to Earn with the Sandbox, Axie, Gala, and others, right? Where people start playing games and earning from them, right? And then it comes to the interactions with the collectibles, NFTs. We have seen this, like this is a huge opportunity. Again, I'm focusing on the part about the different monetization scheme, and this is one of the part. Like you start playing as a contributor and consumer, and you start earning. The same thing happened with the learn to earn, right? We have seen that one of the popular one is rabbit hole, but there's also like even when the Coinbase have started their learn to earn model, like people actually go and learn and start earning. If you complete your course, if you achieve a certain milestone, you can start earning, monetize tokens, right? And those tokens can be utilized in different forms. Similarly, there are judge to earn and others. So ultimately there are a lot of to earn models deriving, and a lot of examples, a lot of good examples, very successful examples going there. And that implements a huge potentials with the like framework like DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, like where a lot of research happening, like whether we really need organizations now to work in this manner, right, or not. There are definitely some DAOs who are experimenting, to really remove the organization part there, where everything on the governance ownership is managed within the DAO automatically, right? And you can see like there are different forms of contributor. You have a code team, and then you have others like bounty hunters who contribute to earn. There are network who participate to earn, invest to earn, like they are token holders. And there are different forms of contribution happening, right? And we have seen like an NFT is a one example of such things which has happened to create to earn, right? So people are actually creating their artwork and music and other. So if you see the whole Web3 landscape, right? So NFT is one small part of it. So but the potential is happening in different forms, right? And already we have seen there's a lot of opportunities there. So the question, like whether the organizations will be removed in future, is everything will be like in an automated way, it's still a question. And still there are a lot of aspects. And the first aspect is that DAO is not a legal entity, right? So it cannot be a legal entity. So there are definitely a lot of research and things are working. But the point is not to change the current organizations, is think about DAO as a framework, right? Can it work? Is it working for that? And that's the question, like how the organizations are responding. Is organizations are ready for such, open the door for people outside your employee or part-timer or full-timer, right? And this is the case, which is coming like there's research from the MIT, right? Sloan, and also a participant from Deloitte. There is a huge demand now in the growing broader workforce, right? So 87% of the companies, when done in a survey from MIT, said they're really looking forward for workforce beyond normal employees. And who are those employees will be? They are like already saying like the contingent worker. We have seen like, I think 40%, more than 40% of most of the organizations have contingent workers, like as a part-time workers or freelancers working for them, right? there is a demand of now 48% of the companies are really looking for external contributor, right? So they will be not employee, they will be not like even of not a part-time employees, they are just contributors, like a crowdsourcing network contributors. And we have seen in the DAO framework, that's how it works, right? So you definitely have employees, but you also need contributors to, you know, support the project when there a lot of other programs are going. There are a lot of works need to be done in certain period of time, and it's depend also on different industries. And on the top, there are also like 73% demand of augmentation of technologies, like use of robots, intelligent assistants like AI chatbots, and different forms of automations, which can actually take place the work which is done by a lot of workers, right? This is a another different question whether we will lose our job or not, but that's not the part. The important part is like organizations are definitely looking to really hear the change, the work we are doing today. And there are definitely advantage and there are disadvantage up there, but they are definitely big key challenges, right? So to really achieve that, and one of the biggest challenges is the culture barrier, right? So when we really work with organization with different type of people, not part of the one company, the culture is the biggest question and it's the biggest challenge also for any type of transformation. We have maybe noticed already in such previous sessions, there are a lot of questions, challenges about the legal and regulatory piece, right? Which is definitely could be a big challenge, and maybe it will change a lot in the coming years, which is coming. The brand and IP is another questions of that, right? So who will own the brand if somebody contribute on that part? And then the last one is the pay equity, how we manage the normally if you pay the salary to the employees, you have a you follow certain guidelines, you have like nursery reports and other you can actually based on different your criterias. But if you really involve those contributors or crowdsourcing people, how are we going to pay? These are the questions definitely. So yes, this is not something happening tomorrow, right? So this is the ecosystem which is going to happen in future, and a lot of things will be changed. Some of them will be early adopters, some of them will be follow later, right? So as I said, like I'm starting this exploring a lot, starting with research, working with a lot of other startups, companies, and we'll be happy, you know, if you have any interest, any thought on this, you can reach me on LinkedIn, and I would be happy to discuss and further explore this world. But this is not something created by one or two people. This is we need a ecosystem is created by a community, right? So yeah, so we are definitely looking forward to get more ideas, more more contribution from you, and thank you for hearing me for today.
Thank you very much for that. That's it's very informative. We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you.
It's okay. But he's talking about how ultimately he thinks DAOs are going to replace organizations. And he sees it, if you look at the technology changes over the years, right? It's never the mainframe companies that own the PC movement, but they miss the mobile misses the next.
Yeah.
And Zhang is talking about how you can only crack these problems with tokens and with with DAOs and with social tokens. I like the quote at the bottom here, right? Corporations are actually many centuries old institution, comes from the military, the Catholic Church, and beyond that. Most of them built with the framework selling goods and services, not designed for grassroots, community-generated social networks, where the actual product is the actual human, populating the platforms with their ideas and content. And he talks about how you need tokens to incentivize human behavior so that we own our own content, we own our own experiences, rather than Facebook having the rights over us. Which I thought was quite interesting.
Yeah.
Cool. This is actually not This chap was a big futurist in the 70s, 80s, 90s. And he wrote a couple of best-selling books, which I think shaped leadership mindset for a couple of generations. The idea of future shock, when technology is changing faster than the human brain, the human side, our behavior can react. And then the third wave, which, believe it or not, was sort of about the third industrial revolution. But he had this concept of the prosumer. He predicted the creator economy 30 years ago. The idea that, we would not just be consumers of value and of content, but producers as well. So this idea of a prosumer perhaps predates, predicted the creator economy by a couple of decades. This is a chap, I'm writing my book through a program at Georgetown University. This guy's just, gone through that program, has written a best-selling book called The Next Gold Rush. Ethan Turner, I think he might be talking next day or two, I'm not sure. He talked about the future investing in people. The idea of having coin, of us each having our own coin from the age of 18 onwards, which builds our value graph over time. The ability for people to crowdfund us, to invest in us. If you think about the ability of owning a fraction share of pick any top pop star or any top celebrity, or even people that spend their lives giving back and creating value in different ways. Could you create smart contracts and say how you want to be measured as a human being, what your value would be, and then allow family, friends, followers, community influencers to invest in you? And if so, what happens to your token when you die? Because for artists, for classical composers, for musicians today, for celebrities, sometimes their work is more valuable once they pass away. You can set up in smart contracts. And I just thought what he's done was really interesting, quite thoughtful. Perhaps it gives young talent a way to get funded and to grow in different ways. Not everybody can be lucky enough to come to Bali, right? And I found this interesting as well. Sorry, this is the CEO of CoinDesk, I think, Chief Content Officer. He's talking about the basic debate. NFTs are a scam, NFTs are the future of everything. And he's making the point that, it's a new technology. Go back to the internet 20 years ago. Somebody else talked about it this morning, right? Remember when it was that scary and you didn't want to be involved. His view, NFTs are vital building blocks for a new creator-centric digital economy in which our data is no longer mined by those at Facebook and Google and Instagram, by the internet platforms which artists, musicians, photographers, journalists, and publishers are able to connect directly with their audience. Wow. I'm bringing the house down. At least people aren't throwing things. I'll take that as a good sign. So I've got the last couple of slides. Actually, maybe I'll let them fix the furniture first. Good. Thomas, can't take you anywhere. So here, this is a little longer quote, but I thought it was quite powerful.
there's a couple. One's from the founder of Axie Infinity. You know, he's excited to see NFT as access passes for various experiences in real life and online. Imagine a model in which creators make content that can only be accessed by fans that own a specific NFT. Greater value. We heard earlier about Gary Vaynerchuk's conferences. He sold NFTs at quite a significant price for access, exclusive access to 3 years of his events. You cannot go to his events unless you buy those NFTs, which makes it very vibrant and valuable secondary market for those items. Right, we'll see the emergence of gated social networks based on NFTs, exactly that example. Ultimately, I like this third paragraph here. Ultimately, blockchain and crypto will flip the technology industry on its head, holding companies more accountable, which I think we probably will enjoy, enabling true digital ownership. The companies that are going to be most successful in this space are the ones that want genuine change. If you go back to Alex Zhang from Friends with Benefits comments earlier, his philosophy was exactly the same, right? We can actually take back control of our data, of our online presence, of our personalities from, you know, the evil gaffer, Google, Amazon, Facebook, etc. And Maxim's talking about, you know, I doubt in the long term, I doubt they have a chance in the long term, the established big tech players. Because the future is peer-to-peer. It's all about the created content. It's the creative community, ladies and gentlemen, it's people like you and me. It's all of us. We're the earliest adopters in the world learning about this and share this stuff and sharing it together. Although, amusingly, the big players get involved. Well, I couldn't find the other article, right? But HSBC has just invested massively in the Landbox, building virtual branches. You can walk into the virtual branch and do banking services. Why on earth you would want to, I don't know. But finally, HSBC, which was probably one of the slowest big global banks to get started, they're now also investing in the metaverse and have a metaverse fund. So even the incumbents can learn, it seems. I personally, amusingly, this guy for decades has been saying Bitcoin is crap. He still thinks Bitcoin is crap, although his company invests in it and sells it, but he's now very bullish about the blockchain and DeFi. And even JP Morgan is now investing significantly in that. And I think for bankers, generally, Bitcoin's too far. It is too risky. They have many reasons to dislike it, including a loss of power and control. But blockchain, I think, is very interesting for them, and they're increasingly doing stuff about it. Finally, even the Royal Mint in the UK is launching an NFT. Now, the Royal Mint is, God knows, a 1,100-year-old institution, right? Launching an NFT and also saying they're going to regulate stablecoins. Why? After Brexit, they need something, but they want the UK to compete with other countries, other cities, to become a center for investment and creativity and innovation in crypto, blockchain, and NFT. I just thought that was kind of an out there example that I found quite provocative. However, all of the stuff we're talking about today is fantastic. Tomorrow, Monday, no doubt. The courts have yet to catch up, right? I remember that the CEO of BBS meeting, being in Beijing a few years ago, meeting with Jack Ma, Alibaba, Alipay. Then he went to meet the head of the central bank. And he's like, why aren't you regulating these guys? They're lending massive amounts of money in uncontrolled ways. And the head of the regulator said, well, a year ago they were too small to matter, and now they're too big to regulate. Now, things have changed since then, right? But the point is, regulation will catch up pretty damn quickly. I think my final slide is for those of you based in Indonesia. For my book, I met and interviewed this guy the other day in Jakarta. He's written the first book on the metaverse and Bahasa, as far as we're aware. He's also the first person putting his book as an NFT on OpenSea in Indonesia, which I also thought was kind of cool. So I met him too late to get him to speak here. But if you're interested in regulatory and legal stuff, he actually runs a crypto advisory firm in Jakarta, focusing specifically on NFTs and the metaverse. So this is just sort of a high-speed tour of what I've learned about NFTs and the metaverse over the last month. I hope it's been useful, a little provocative. After the furniture destruction, nobody's thrown rotten fruit at me, so I'll take that as a good sign. Oh, final thing, and thank you to Heather for this. Again, in our journey, she pointed us to Inevitable, which is a pretty cool online academy, which has a free course on NFTs. Very simple, email a day for 5 days. Not really a course because there's no testing or assessment, but they've already got 1,500 people who've taken the free version, and they're now very quickly building a version for companies. What's kind of cool is the certificate, of course, is an NFT on OpenSea. And if you invite other people, they give you other NFTs as collectibles, which over time may have some value. But I won't read the whole thing out there, but I'll finish perhaps with Thiago's last comment, which I thought was provocative. Because over the next decade, he thinks anything that can become an NFT will become an NFT. I will add the question of should it? And the answer is we don't know. But let's experiment, let's play, let's see what happens. I think that's why we're all here. So that, ladies and gentlemen, oh yeah, 2 years ago I came to Bali, wrote a book on leadership and transformation on Amazon, global bestseller actually, in 20 different categories, which I thought was bloody amazing. And as mentioned earlier, I'm currently writing the new book. If you know anybody working on emerging trends and technologies, or working with big corporates on mindset and behavior, please let me know. I want to interview them. That's enough from me. Stanley, over to you, sir.
All right. It was great. Wow. Sorry, got distracted there. Yeah. So, any questions? Any question? It was a really interesting topic about how are people approaching, what are people's thoughts are, how contradictive their beliefs could be. They might not like it at first. They are slowly swayed by it. Right?
Or any disagreements? Yes, please.
So I just wondered, after you conducted the research and put this together, which ones were you compelled to buy immediately?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So, I've actually, in the last year, I think it's about 120 NFTs. But I'm not ready to retire, so I haven't obviously got the right ones. But I've got to the stage now where I only invest or buy if it's something I truly believe in, there's a genuine business model and utility, and I know somebody on the management team, or I can get to meet somebody. Because otherwise, it's just too damn risky. There is one I'll actually mention because I think it's a worthy cause. True Global Ventures do stand out of Singapore. If anybody knows them, big VC from Europe is a big investor. It's called Mauer.digital, M-A-U-E-R. And it's actually based, it's 10,000 plus unique NFTs based on the history of the Berlin Wall. And it's all about democracy, transparency, and knocking down walls. And I kind of like that because I've spent my career sort of knocking down walls, both in people's minds and in big corporations. The other thing I like about it is A, boom, you buy with a credit card instantly. I think entry point is like $100. And B, they donate, I think, 50% to charities working on transparency and democracy all over Europe. And they've got a big thing going on for Ukraine at the moment at like $10 a pop. So Mauer.digital, a worthy cause. Thank you, good question. I also say anything that disagrees with the stuff I said, I'm going to hear that one.
Is there an age group or a country that you found that's leading in this?
I didn't do that much research. No, so I think it really depends on the project. Some of the projects, has a much broader and more diverse and sometimes older audience than you'd imagine, just because the subject matter appeals to them, or the cause, or the community. So I think I've been quite surprised by that. But no, honestly, I don't think I have any amazing insights on demographics. Sorry. I'll try hiding myself.
All right, any other question? So, just a quick one. With the demographic, from what I've seen so far, it really depends on the people who, like, NFT is the next step of cryptocurrency, right? So, if you think about it that way, then people who already in the crypto world are more likely to try to NFT as as opposed to, our parents who never heard of cryptocurrency or, what is this thing, right? So I think that's just a way to think about that. When first, I think one of the biggest push or the big adoption was back in 2017, where there was like a big kind of like basically to the moon kind of thing. To the moon. And recently, of course, right? When price rise, that's where people get interested. So I think that would be a good way to kind of think about it. I never really. I think for me, looking at different projects, it all really depends on what's going on. So do you have one more question, please?
Yeah, Lawrence, I know this might be not going there, but it just came to my mind that potentially, like obviously a corporate body of staff is a community ultimately. Is there anything out there that is using NFTs within corporate communities, like maybe from HR or wellness or incentive perspective?
That is a great question. You mentioned I got things to talk about. So I see a bunch of them doing all the branding, retail, getting land in the metaverse, decentralized sandbox. What I have not found yet, which I'm looking for explicitly, is exactly what you're talking about, which is where a company is doing something innovative about people, talent, leadership, learning, health, wellness, whatever, using NFTs, or even dabbling in the metaverse. Haven't really found many examples of that yet. I do have, one example, and I took the slide out of the presentation, but my old company, DBS in Singapore, interestingly, we've done a lot of stuff over the last few years on digital mindset and getting bankers excited rather than scared about it. They literally just did, took the top 20 for a tour of the metaverse. So had some of the young talent get into the Decentraland, and then took the top 20 and spent an afternoon just taking them through the Decentraland, playing games, trying things out, buying this, sharing that, which I thought was kind of cool. We've recently been doing a project with a big global top 20 insurance company, and we've been trying to get them to, do the certificates for the alumni of the program on the blockchain, and give them laws of, Centerland and other places. But they're kind of slow to, what's the risk? Seriously. But generally, even when they're explicitly trying to learn about this stuff, so far, the NFT and metaverse stuff has been a bridge too far for most of them, sadly. But next year, I shall have examples for you. You want to add on that?
There's quite a bit of company and corporates that already, on board NFT. Adidas is one of the big ones. And Adidas actually did it really well, where he onboarded a few of the biggest leaders or thought leaders in the community, NFT community, right? Like E-Money, for example. And they created a project where you can't really remember, but I think like if you buy that, basically you be part of this community, right? And they have big plans on that with wearables in the metaverse and all this stuff. But I think they're at the floor price of around 60, and they were mid price at 0.25, probably about 5-6 months ago. So the potential is there, right? And at the moment, it's a lot of speculation. So whether or not it's going to take off, it's hard to say. But just like Bitcoin was, right? Bitcoin was a speculation. That's all that is. So it's quite interesting what how we're going to shift this initiative. All right. Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay. Shall I sing the all right. I'm just kidding. All right. Well, it's been a great talk, and it's been very interesting to hear all these different perspectives and all the ways that we can utilize NFT and what are the possibilities, right? What is the future? So let me know, what are your biggest aha moments from today? Hands up? No? No one want to share? Yeah, what's your biggest aha moment from today?
The significance of community.
Community. I think, I've been in this space for about a year now. I truly immersed myself in that. I could literally spend like a whole day on Twitter space just listening to people, we call it degening about, NFT and stuff. And so far, that is the biggest drive of NFT, right? You could have amazing utility, you could have whatever it is behind the NFT. If you don't have the community behind it, I haven't seen one that really take off. Usually, I'm not sure if you guys heard of the Galileo Project, but it's a PFP project, and they are a community based. There's nothing more to it, right? You don't get access to this, access to that. So yes, utilities is important, right? But at the same time, community is very important. I think, for photographers like myself, we are tired of this. Separation, right? We want to collectively help each other. And if you think about the Instagram era, for example, people would text or message you, and it's like, "Where's that spot?" I was like, "Okay, well, thanks. Hello, good morning, right? I'm doing too." But I'm glad that you take pictures on the spot. And the shift that we get in this NFT world is that there is more collaboration, there's more conversation. If you do want to immerse yourself, highly recommend get into Twitter, go into follow like key people in the NFT community and listen to them when they talk on spaces, because it is one of the best way for you to learn about the NFT. Because the other thing is like, if you do Google search, right? It doesn't really come straight from this thought leader that have been there. So I think that is a very important part of it. But yeah, let's I digress, and we'll go into the breakout room very shortly. Now tomorrow we have something very interesting. We'll looking at financial NFTs, right? New opportunities.
Sorry, before we go, okay, after you give this, but we're going to have an auction for Hotel Tunggu Bali.
Okay, cool. So after this, we'll bring you in and we can do the auction. And then tomorrow on the agenda, we'll look into how NFT can be utilized as a ticket, right? And keep adding that value down the line over time, and we see that over and over again. What else? NFT in the emerging entertainment industry. So if you are in the entertainment industry, and as well as amongst other, why true decentralization matters. So yeah, I think like personally for me, we have a big opportunity to create a new world, a new opportunity to create something that is truly groundbreaking, and that's what exciting about NFT. That's absolutely love the NFT community, people who are in it, because usually the people who have been in it are the people that truly believe in the technology and that truly believe in living the community. All right, so we'll have a little auction, and after that we have a breakout session for people who want to create your own art NFT series or create your own experience NFT set, as well as how to set up your own NFT system on your business. But our third will give this to you for the auction.
All right. Okay, are you ready for the auction? Okay, so let me, first of all, this is Hotel Tunggu, which is, they got their little space back there. See those two ladies? Say hi. Hi, so they, okay, so this is what they have got. So there is Bali in Canggu, and and there's also one in Momo, so you have a choice. All right, so this basically includes 1 hour signature spa treatment at the spa, something like that. Okay, and and it basically has a value. So this is apparently this is like something awesome, right? They like do crazy things to your body, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. And the full package is 1.5 million rupiah is what it goes for. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start the auction at 500,000 rupiah. Okay, do I hear 500,000 rupiah? Anybody want? Okay, anybody? Okay, 500,000 rupiah. Okay, we got 500,000 rupiah. Is this for two people or one? One person. Includes afternoon tea. Yeah. Okay, so it's got the it's got the afternoon tea. It's got the private antique collection tour,
free snorkeling and beach activities. Oh yeah, it's got all kinds of stuff on this. Okay, so we got 500,000. Do I hear 600,000? 600,000. 600,000. Do I hear 700,000. 800. Do I hear 8? Go on, okay, this has got all kinds of free snorkeling. How cool is that? Okay, but remember, you look at afternoon tea, that includes food. Okay, do I hear 8? 800,000. 800,000. Here we got 800,000. 800,000 going once. Okay, so this is the last time. 800,000. 800,000. We got 800,000. 800,000. Anybody want to say 900,000? 900,000. 900,000. Anybody for 900,000? 900,000. Ready. Okay, 900,000. Okay, there it is. Don't be good. Remember, you have the FOMO here. Okay, so you're at 900,000 is still almost that price. Okay, so let's go. Anybody else? Do you have anything? Say you hear 1 million. 1 million. 1 million. Anybody for 1 million? 1 million. It's still 1/3 off. 1 million. Anybody? 1 million. Okay, how about 999,000? Right, everybody? 999,000. Okay. 1 million. Anybody? 1 million. 1 million. Okay. 900,000 going once. 900,000 going twice. So for 900,000, you can go ahead and take that out there. Right. Great. So that's it for the auction for today. Tomorrow we'll have some really other cool auction things that we're going to be selling up really cheap. Okay. So, but first of all, right now we have sponsored sessions. Okay, that are breakout sessions. Okay, so that means with the art NFTs. So those of you that are interested in doing art NFTs. Okay, so you have seen Stanley somewhere, okay? And he's been around here. So Stanley has built an art NFT collection with his photography, okay? And he is going to be basically teaching you how to create an art NFT collection and how to do that with the ERC 721. You remember what those differences are? 721 versus 1155? You remember? Okay, the 721 is single individual art pieces. That it's only one, okay, and the 1125 can have the same art piece for 10,000 or 1,000 or whatever, and make the NFT fractionalized. Okay, so we're looking. Stanley is going to be teaching you how to do that with art. Okay, art includes music. Okay, poetry. Anybody is like poets and want to do stuff. Okay, it could be anything related to art, music. Whatever, okay, and that is going to be done by Stanley. Then the other one, okay, the other one is on how to create NFTs that have a specific utility or experience, which of course uses the Galileo platform, and that is going to be taught by me, and we're going to teach you how you can use the Galileo platform too. Well, basically, take whatever business you have and turn it into an experience NFT and sell a whole bunch more stuff and get more audience is involved. Okay, so the one that is for the art NFTs is going to be down. Okay, there's Stephanie over there. So we have a space that we set up by the river, but it might rain. Okay, but we've got the alternative to go like underneath where it's not raining because it's covered. Okay, and so art NFTs with Stanley, and then the other one, and you can just follow Stanley. Say hi, Stanley. Okay. And then the other ones by me is just going to stay here because we need the actual screen to show you what to do. Okay. And if you don't want to stay here, you just kind of want to mingle and guide, and you don't want to have any more of these workshops. You just want to kind of hang out and network. You can do that outside down over in the Bali Mountains where we had lunch. Okay. Any other questions?
You originally said 3 breakouts.
Yeah, the 3 breakouts, the second 2, how to set up your own NFT system on your website, is kind of combined with the creating the other NFT because it's still the same Galileo system. So we set that up. Thank you for mentioning that. Okay, so if you want to hang out and just kind of network, go down by the Bali Bamboo where you had lunch. If you want to learn about art NFTs, follow Stanley. And if you want to do experience NFTs or set up an NFT system on your own website, business, whatever, stay here. Okay? Ready? Go! Get it all set up.
So you said like to set it up, the website, it's here, it's gonna be with you?
Yes.
For what we were talking before, yeah? No.
No.
It's a different
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. This is actually setting up NFTs on your own website. You have a business, you want to make your Zoom pottery or whatever, and you want to have NFTs. People buy NFTs from your own website.
This is what you're going to show us here.
Yeah.
Right. So if you want to learn NFT and art and how you can utilize it as an artist, then let me know if we are going to go down that way. So we're just about to come down. So if that's something you want to do, just come around, get in touch around that. Otherwise, you guys please here is because we are coming down. So if you want to learn about that, you have 2 minutes.
And just to let you know, these are not talks, these are workshops. So you're kind of like interactive and thinking about you and what you're doing and how it can be put together. So Sammy's going to talk about your artwork, how you can do it, and then we're going to talk about your product, services, concept, how you can apply it. so here's what we're going to do. So first of all, because this is kind of a workshop, please, if you're going to sit here, come closer. Okay, because I'm not going to use the microphone. Okay, just come closer. You're close enough. We want to basically, this is an interactive thing, so that means we want to know about you and what you're doing and how, and actually come up with strategies and ideas that can be applied to your stuff. Okay? So this is not me talking about things, this is creating strategies. All right, so. Let's see, okay. All right. Okay, so here's just in general, what we have is we have the Galileo Project. So we briefly talked about Galileo, what Galileo is about, and what the idea is that you can do multiple NFTs with one NFT, right? So that means you've got certain kinds of, whatever your business is, doesn't matter. What, you have a business? You're working for a company. Awesome. Okay, but you are the company. Okay, fair enough. All right. So, and how about you? Would you have some kind of business? An online shop.
I'm also going to do NFT.
How do you know? What do you sell?
I will just sell
print on demand. Okay, so like posters, paintings, clothes. Okay, all right. So that means people will buy clothes based on, specific things that they see.
They buy clothes that I make.
Okay, all right, awesome. Okay, and okay, we've got metaverse. Okay, coaching over here with wellness. Okay, so the idea here is that if it's not something that people want, okay, instead of connecting, it's just, I mean, right now, what's happening? We're selling stuff, right? Okay, so you are selling hotel rooms, you're selling coaching, you're selling games. Ultimately, I mean, you're selling something. Okay. Now, with an NFT strategy, it's not about selling; it's about also partnering. Okay. So, when people buy your coaching services, for example, okay, why do they buy them?
Because I have a need which is for me specifically, they aren't in touch with their intuition enough and they don't feel creative.
Okay, so basically people have emotional elements that they feel that could be solved by some type of a wellness process that you have created. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, let's just kind of work with that for a moment, all right? Now, the idea here is that he's selling, since he's selling coaching, right? Now, you can make an NFT that says, hey, these are like some coaching like you guys did, and you kind of give the whole thing. But but who else is in his market? Does he have other people that are in his market? Does he have other people that where do his clients or his potential clients go? Right? Where do your clients go? Do they only go to you, or do they also look for other things? Right? So what are some of the other things that they look for? A branding person. I don't know, it seems kind of like a branding person and personal, enlightenment may not be completely branding. Personal branding, okay, all right. Okay, personal branding. What else do they go for? Would they possibly be interested in yoga? Psychology, yoga, meditation, right? So now you've got other opportunities to basically create synergy with, right? Does that make sense? So rather than just selling your stuff, it's like you get together with some of the other people. Now, what are the other things? Okay, we're in Bali, right? So now you also have travel, especially travel to Bali. Why? Because Bali is a spiritual center that has this amazing energy.
Okay, so I'm told that I need to use the microphone.
Okay, thanks. Right. So now, if we're going to create an experience NFT, and if you just create the only experience of just his coaching, where's your marketing? Who's going to market it? Him. Him only. Right? Because he's the only guy that gets any benefit from it. Right? Does that make sense? That was the question. Does that make sense? Okay, tell you what.
Or the method, right? Like the wave pump method. It's actually branded by itself. The method itself is a brand. Like this.
Okay, yeah, wave pump. Okay.
Something like that, like transcendental meditation, itself is a brand by itself. So the facilitators can actually leverage back on the existing brand, but if they has his own type of meditation, he has to brand the method. I think it's better.
But see, the thing is that creating synergy with other things that are non-competitive, right? So let's say, for example, you get together with some kind of a yoga studio, okay? Retreats. You get together with a retreat center like Avalon. You get together with Air Asia. Okay? You come up with all kinds of little things. You create packages, complete experiences that involve other people's business. Now, who markets it? Everybody, right? Do you have more leverage and more potential clients if you've got all of the people involved marketing that experience? Does that make sense? And that also includes for branding, for clothing, right? Okay, what else do your people go for? What else do they like? So creating NFTs that have complete experiences that involve other organizations or other partners. Okay, now what happens is that you're starting to create something that people go, oh my gosh, yeah, that even if you can't solve my problem, at least I get this cool vacation in Bali, and maybe I get some really cool fashion to go with it, okay, or whatever, right? So you can create all these different things where people can feel all of the different benefits they get, and you have multiple points of reference and marketing from each of the partners within that scope. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so that's what we're doing. Okay, we're helping people to partner with each other so that everybody essentially benefits. Okay, and creating specific NFTs, which for some reason are not coming up,
hang on, let me just make sure I'm on the right network. And yeah, okay. Anyway.
So within the experience NFT, there's all kinds of things. You know that you can actually get a selfie in the throne room with the king of Bali, plus have dinner with the king. Okay. So you can. There's an NFT for that. Okay. And why? Well, because the king uses the money in order to basically, offset stuff with the bond and ceremonies and all these things. He doesn't keep it, right? Okay, so but the thing is that there's all these different people, organizations that you can partner with in order to create bigger, better experiences and synergy where, it's like you can connect with other people. Does that make sense? Okay, so the point of what we're trying to do with Galileo is we're not just minting NFTs for you. We are coming up with strategies and marrying you with other partners that can ultimately create better experiences for end users where everybody within that scope is going to support branding, marketing, sharing, and whatever. And that means that you're accessing at least individuals, even though they may not give you their own databases, but because they're sending it up to their own database, you benefit. Does that make sense? And you're sending it out to your database, they benefit. Okay, so that's what we do. And so with the Galileo travel, this can be travel. We've got other kinds of things, memberships. So for example, you can create memberships that have access to different things. So now memberships can actually be transferred. So that means that now there's the type that's redeemable, like we just talked about. That means once it's used, it gets stamped, can't use it again. Then there's the membership version, where it gives you access to, let's say, for example, you do a special kind of thing every year, okay? And that one is done at a specific place and everything else. But let's say, for example, you can do 3 years, 5 years, where you have that thing over and over again. Okay, that means that somebody buys it 1 year, they go, or maybe they don't go, but they go, okay, next year I'll go. Okay? And then they can sell it to somebody else. And of course, the better that the whole experience is. Yes?
So I have a question about this.
Okay.
Is it okay to ask it?
Yes, it is. I'm here.
So when you have this one, it's transferable. Maybe like when you sell the first one, you get like a lot in. But then if you say that to a budget for the first year's operations, then when they then transfer on, really, and then not transfer on, then next year you're only getting 10%. So how does that balance the business?
Okay, so first of all, consider the idea that what you're doing is already kind of the value of 5 programs, okay, or 3 programs, or something like that. So you're not like, doing it like, oh, okay, you're just doing something like this. But ultimately, remember that you can have the first mint, and then you've got the second mint, okay? So that means like the first one you create these, okay, oh, we got this, and this is what people pay. You always help your first group of people to get value at a very low price, okay? That's one, okay? The second group, the second mint, now you go ahead and you do the second mint. Okay, and the more people that you get that get value from this whole thing, what do you get? I mean, this is like the same thing that we do in events, right? Testimonials. Wow, I had such a great time. At this retreat, and it was so awesome. And my entire chakras were opened, and I am just like so awesome now, right? I mean, so you got like this whole thing where you got this the testimonials. What happens? The next minute, the price goes up, right? And these people are talking about it, okay? So you see, and the thing is that remember, you're doing partnerships, so now you've got everybody spreading all these testimonials around, okay? Because you get them, because when we coach them for the testimonial, we get to mention the location, the venue, the actual result, and of course it's so amazing, and you got all these different things that just make people go, oh my gosh, I want to have that. Right? And so therefore so therefore you can remember that it could be good for 5 years or 3 years. You can design it to be good for whatever, right? Okay? It could even be good forever, because see, the thing is, if you're doing one a year, that gives you a lot of opportunity to have, and this is a very special one. Okay? You have an opportunity to get other things that are going. And yes, you get a small percentage, maybe 10% back on any time it gets sold, but nevertheless, and just remember, I mean, just from the whole travel thing, most people don't even use them, right? And again, okay, let's just look at the business thing, okay? We included free lunch with your ticket, right? Okay, how many of you bought drinks? How many bought 3 or 4 drinks? Okay, and so if you think about it, okay, we invested in the cost of lunch, okay, but now what we did is we created another revenue generation element, which was drinks, which have a higher profit margin in order to basically, improve the profit margin. Okay, does that make sense? I mean, I'm being transparent here. It's just business, right? So I'm not trying to hide anything. Okay, it's a business thing. Okay, so this is where again we want to improve our profit margins as organizations, as a coach, as a crypto exchange, as a designer of dresses. Okay, all of this is ultimately going to be connecting to how you get people involved with your stuff. And what is the next level? See, because once they have the first level, well, then you go to the next level. Okay, so let's say, for example, we can go over here to memberships. Okay, so with memberships, you've got different kinds of, we've got our tickets, of course. So, like, for example, one of the memberships that we have for our coaching, the one that I talked about this morning, Wisdom City, our metaverse that is basically specific to coaching, training, consulting, etc. Okay, that allows you not only access, but it allows you all kinds of things where we support helping you to sell your coaching, etc. Right? Now, if you wanted to be part of the Galileo network, okay, it's also a membership. Okay? You buy a membership and then that gives you X amount of Minty for free. Okay? For free. That means, depending on where you are, if you get like a general membership, okay, you get a 50% discount. But if you have a VIP membership, you get like 3 minutes every month for free. Okay, that means that you don't actually pay any gas fees, you don't pay anything, you don't even have to design stuff unless you want to. Okay, and then the founders, which is there's not that many because it's not really cost effective, but those are the people that basically build out your network. Okay, it's unlimited forever, unlimited minting for free forever. Okay, and so those are some of the, so these are some of the things, the way that we've done our memberships. Okay? Sorry? Yeah, unfortunately, I would love to say that I'm all about sustainability and everything else. Honestly, I don't really think about it. Yeah, we could. I mean, all I can say is that in Avalon, we have purposely not built 100 rooms on the land and wanted to keep it all green. Okay, so that's what I can honestly say related to that. I just don't have enough.
Yeah. We can always plant trees.
Yeah. We can plant trees. We do. We plant lots of trees. Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
Can I purchase tickets to resell the space?
Wait, you mean the memberships? Because they're not tickets, right? So yeah, you can purchase a membership and then resell it later on. Yes.
If I try out tickets and then sell them.
Oh yeah. You mean for an event? That's also possible. You could do that. You could do that. You could buy them all. I mean, for example, NFT Bali, when we first started selling tickets, the general tickets were $35, okay, and the VIP tickets I think were $55, okay. So it's compared to what a lot of people pay for because they waited until the last minute. It was it was really cheap. So if you get it on the early bird, okay, when we're starting to sell them at the very beginning. Yes, you could actually market them and sell them and do all kinds of things in an event type situation. Now, if you wanted to, for example, if you wanted to actually put something like this on your own website, see, the thing is that, let's say that let's just say that you have a big coaching company and you've got a really cool website and everything else. You don't want to send people to, Galileo because, the guy's got a funny beard and it's just not really cool, right? Okay, so what you want is personal branding on your NFT marketplace. That means it's your logo, okay? And maybe at the bottom it still says powered by Galileo with a little funny guy with a beard. But ultimately, all of the branding, the only NFTs on that system are yours. Okay? So we do that also because we've built this platform, we spent a lot of money doing it, and it's like, well, why reinvent things? So we white label it for other people.
Okay. Are you planning using token minting?
Token. Okay, so the token has been an interesting journey for us. Okay, so we started this in March of 2001. Okay, and we had this launch pad that was so excited about launching our token, and they were like, "Oh, this is going to be good," and everything else. And then, literally 2 weeks before the launch, crypto crashed.
Okay? And so then they said, oh, you can't launch it now, yada, yada, yada. And then, after crypto started to come back, we went back to them, and ultimately they just kind of stopped replying. And so then we tried to find other launch pads and everything else, and it was difficult. So we have not been able to find a launch pad, that was doing it. So we focused on building the technology, building the business, and creating a business that is running and profitable, so that later we can launch our own token. We don't need a launch pad. Okay, so we didn't really have very good launch pads thing. But we do have a token. It's already done. Actually, interestingly enough, there are two companies that have used our token thing, TRBL, which is kind of interesting, and they're later than us. But we still have our original TRBL, it just doesn't have any liquidity. What? Sorry? Yeah. I can do that. We can do that. Let's talk. We're good. Okay, any other questions? No?
It's on BSC.
BSC, Binance Smart Chain. It could be on anything. I mean, but at the moment, the reason we chose BSC, let me explain. Okay. Ethereum network is like the most popular for all of our NFTs. Okay. So, for example, let's say Lawrence is a founding member, and so is Heather in our system. Okay. Now, so Heather buys NFTs on the Ethereum chain, and so does Lawrence. Okay. So he was just talking about the $100 NFT that you buy. How much was the gas fees? Did you buy?
No gas fees. Credit card.
Oh, right. Okay, no gas
Thanks
fees.
to us, a beautiful way to buy your first NFT. And
Got it.
now, the whole support you pay, think $10 NFT, credit card, no gas fees, boom. 100% support.
Well, for other places, like some of the ones that Heather has bought, okay, the gas fees for $100 NFT are sometimes like $180, okay, which kind of sucks. Now we, of course, like I said earlier in my talk, we also are doing credit card based because we want to. Our system is for the mainstream. Okay, the mainstream who has heard of NFTs, who's curious, who wants to go into stock. Okay, and so we did it on the Binance Smart Chain because if you wanted to transfer it, instead of costing you $40, it costs you 30 cents. Okay, so it just seems more realistic from a perspective of the consumer and what they are looking for. Remember, we're not going for all of the crypto guys that are aware of gas fees and know what gas fees are and have been accustomed to paying crazy, stupid money for gas fees. Okay, we're going for the mainstream who, if they looked at it as a gas fee, like, what? No way, I'm not spending that kind of money. Okay, and that's why we wanted to use the BSC, because it has very, very small gas fees, and because it has one of the largest populations of all of the exchanges. Okay, well, see, here's the thing, right? If you are a member, the minting fees are zero, right? Because we built our own platform, so we don't have any extra stuff to pay, right? We're only paying the blockchain fee itself. It's very small. So therefore, we can afford to do that for you for free, depending on what level of membership you get. Any other questions? Okay, that's all I got. Let's get another question or something. Okay. Yes.
So, if we want to do this, say we have an amazing workshop and we sell one a month and we'd like to sell one a week. How does this help us do that?
Okay.
Literally step by step, what should we do other than like guide you with like
Lots of money?
Lots of money.
There you go, okay. So let's look at the idea. You want to expand workshops.
Yep.
All right? So first of all, you already, what we discussed earlier, you already have a certain community that listens to you. Okay? Connect with other people that have communities that are non-competitive with what you're doing. Okay? Now, of course, it could be an online workshop, it could be something related to, it could be a book, like Heather just wrote her latest book, it's very cool, Unmuted. Okay? A little plug for you. Okay? Okay, and so now you've got, so first of all, leverage the community one. But here's the thing, right? One of the key things is that we want to, at this moment in time, there is more curiosity than there is knowledge. Right? So rather than going ahead and trying to get people to buy NFTs, what we say is, hey, you communicate with your community and you ask them about, hey, we're looking at creating these NFTs. Anybody ever heard of NFTs? Hey, just type your comments below, in various social media platforms. So that way you start getting feedback. And so, hey, this is what some of this, then you go, like, you've got all these other people that you can tag to reply in the first place, okay? And now you've got, you connect with them and say, hey, these are some of the things that we're going for, and we're doing this and everything else. We're going to be offering this NFT kind of thing and everything else. We'll be able to do this with it, okay, whatever that is, okay? Connected to selling your workshop, for example.
So, simple example. Heather does public speaking to presidents. I do digital transformation. Our audience is both fundamentally business leaders.
Yeah.
Cost money.
There you go. And we do organizational culture.
I do digital culture. You do brain culture.
There you go. So now we have multiple leverage audiences where we are connecting. Something where you can, okay, let me just say, there's a guy named Peter Chi, ITV World. Okay. So he basically has a coaching certification, right? But, so what does he do? He goes to all these top thought leaders, okay, and pays them, okay, to join, be part of his 6-month coaching program. Okay, now this 6-month coaching program, out of these thought leaders show up for an hour. Okay, and the rest of it is all him. Okay, but he's got like 6 thought leaders. Okay, so now he's got the because he's paying these people. Okay, they all basically say, hey, I'm doing this, on Peter's program, and Peter says, hey, look, I got Marshall Goldsmith, Marty from Aussie, and all these guys, okay, doing this program. Okay, and people go, oh, that's so cool, right? And so they sign up for $20,000 because they have these big companies. So therefore, he can afford to pay these people because he has a high-level group, even though they only show up for an hour, in order to be kind of, but he gives massive value, and he leverages on other people's stuff, and that works. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other ideas?
We're talking about the project system. What is the project done? So the partnership with other projects right now is impossible because other projects has a community that don't
That's true.
see the sense
But what do you have?
For example, the project just started.
Okay, but what do you
And
have?
there's no value, like no culture, it's something like, not something that people can feel and touch.
I mean, right now, just example. We actually have real tangible travel stuff that people can buy, right? I mean, you can get NFTs for like, Viceroy or Avalon or anything too cheap, okay? Okay, cheaper than normal prices next year, okay? But the thing is that, that there's this travel thing, okay, this travel thing. Now, these guys have no NFTs, no system. They literally have nothing. But you know what they do have? A really good social media marketing team.
okay? And these guys have got all these people excited about all this stuff they're gonna do that they haven't even done yet. Now, of course, sometimes those are a little bit dangerous because you don't know if they're actually gonna follow through. But see, the thing is that, okay, for us, our project, we decided to spend most of our, okay, right now this is all funded by me, okay? So, I want to show something tangible to people before we start asking them for money, okay? The other people, they're asking people for money without anything tangible, but they're creating that excitement. So they spend their money on the marketing and the social media and everything else, and that's cool. The thing is, they create, again, what are you trying to do, and how can you get what type of people would be excited? And if you've got some budget, spend it on that.
I think she's asking for that, like ground up as a community, right? First, we need to figure out like what and start breaking it down. So start bringing content, Instagram or whatever it is.
Hire people that are good at it.
Yeah, just create the content, and then once you create some content, initially you gotta buy like a dinner, a dinner code you can buy. You gotta tell them always that should be just work on the real estate.
No, I was just curious what Galileo
She's asking if we can bring the community
Yeah.
to her.
what they do.
Hey,
Like, I know how others do, and I was wondering what's Galileo.
So right now, again, I'm not following the traditional path. Specifically, I wanted to have something tangible, okay? I want to show a real product, a real system, even though it's not really big. For me, at least, okay, because first of all, I'm putting my own name on it, okay? If I screw up, that damages my regular brand, which is my normal bread and butter, is to be dad. Okay, because so I don't want to damage my brand in any way, so I want to have real stuff rather than vaporware. All right, that's my personal thing. Okay, because then ultimately, you know, sometimes you sell something and then it turns out you can't do it. Like, oh shit, you know, so I don't want to do that. And so what we want to do is, yes, we've got like plans of things that we haven't done yet that we're building, but we've already started it. The foundation is there, it's already working, the systems are there, everything is there. It's just not finished yet. Okay? So right now we're at the level where, for example, we're teaching members, okay, in order to essentially build up a community. So let's say, for example, you join as a member. Okay? So we're going to help you, because that's why we're giving away all this free minting and everything else. Why? Because if it's free, it's easy, you don't have to worry about anything. Literally, you can focus on your marketing. Now, your marketing is going to be about selling your stuff, but where do they have to buy it? You just play it, right? So that already increases the traffic, it already increases the marketing, it already increases the awareness of the platform, and other people's stuff is connected to Galileo that they may see when they come to see your stuff. So that's the strategy we're doing rather than the hype. Okay? Yes?
Super curious. I'm kind of lost at the same time because for me everything is new, and so I'm just there starting over. So there is a platform, it's Galileo. You are real place. You can host people. We can make many things here. We can be a member, for example, of Galileo. Let's say in the case, I want to just link different events, okay, from different parts of the world. And I'm becoming a Galileo member. So through all of these events that we could run here, let's say, being a member also has a benefit for me economically through Galileo, or
Yeah, that's the point.
That's the point.
I mean, okay, first of all, understand that we're not selling NFTs as like, oh, you know, here's a picture of something. Okay, that's not what we're doing. Galileo is about strategy. Okay, it's about marketing. It's about community, creating a community of people that can basically leverage on each other. That's literally the whole point. Okay, and focused communities. So for example, like the metaverse part that we're doing, right now, the only thing we're focusing on, learning and development, which of course is would be great, okay? The travel community, that's another important metaverse. Now, the Galileo platform itself can be used for anything, okay? So, but whatever we do is got to be focused on specific industries, because we don't want to, have something where, you're trying to get people like Facebook, okay? Hey, come set up a page on Facebook. It's like, doesn't matter what it is, it just show up. Okay, and so you getting people to be connected based on specific personal interests. You're going to get more community of the different types of people who are actually interested in that kind of thing. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, so that's what we're about. We're creating strategies for people rather than just say, hey, let's just make your NFTs. Okay? So I mean, we've been working, for example, with Heather to launch her new, well, actually she's already launched it, part of it, but her NFT strategy. So we've got a mastermind we're doing, and we're all coming up with different ideas on how we can really blow up, her book launch, the second level, which is going to be the United States and other places, right? So Heather is a founding member in the what we call the Global Mentors Exchange, which is specific to learning and development. Okay, and so everything that we're doing, we're supporting the members. The members are supporting the members. Okay, so that's why we're helping her to launch her book, because ultimately that increases the value of everything.
And that brings in my community then. So then, for example, they were on the launch, so you're having access to all the people I just brought in, and the people Lawrence just brought in, and that's how the community works. That's that concept.
That's right. Does that make sense? So this is where you get to make money, because you get to mint free tickets and you get to sell them. And and the other thing, if you're doing events, remember, you can fractionalize these NFTs. You can sell 100 NFTs about this event, okay? And that means that whoever buys those NFTs owns a portion of the event. That means that if I buy 15 NFTs, I own 15% of all of the revenue. I'm entitled to 15% of all of the, I should say profit, or actually revenue of that event, because you're using the cost of those NFTs to basically do whatever, and then also like profit, and then everything else from there. Everybody that you've got 100 people, or the people that own those NFTs, promoting that event, because they're going to get back a percentage based on the NFTs that they own. So you don't actually have to do the marketing, because you've got 100 people doing marketing for you because they own it. See, it's all what we're selling in the membership is literally the creation of creative marketing strategies using this new technology. Any other questions?
So, let me be provocative here.
Okay. Please.
We have, we have 50, 60, 100 people here online, 3 days, 30 speakers, 3 days, 30 speakers, 300 NFTs, whatever. How do we all, who are interested early adopters in NFTs, do something together to drive our own learning, to drive our own earning, to drive our own businesses, adventures, ideas? It just occurs to me that there's a lot of cool people here, right?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, what I just mentioned, okay, in the beginning we couldn't really do that because we didn't have any brand, we didn't have any success. It was the first NFT thing we did, right? But now we have a brand. Okay, now what we do with this brand is we've got NFT Bali. We've got NFT Bali, for these different communities, for example. So like these guys are going to do venture capital related to NFTs in Park Q.
right? So NFT Bali Park Q Venture, okay? So these are these are new things that we can connect and create and build a community. So we can now sell the next event to NFT Bali, which we just did right now. So that means that whoever buys those NFTs would actually own a percentage of that event and be able to profit from it.
So are we doing Gary V's thing here, that all of us here have an NFT as our entry pass for this? You're going to want this every year for the next 5 years, 10 years. Where does this go?
Well, there you go. Okay, I mean, meaning that rather than, not the Gary Vee thing, but the ownership, you own the next event.
I think what he's trying to get at, like there's so much brain power here from various skill sets, complementary skill sets. How do you kind of bring it together and harvest some new ventures or some ideas, or at least seeds to start new ventures? Like almost like incubation.
Well, okay, that's a very good. That also. So the event itself is one thing, but also like harnessing the power of the community, everything else. Where we can have regular meetups. We can actually, because we've got everybody's email addresses, so we're going to send you emails later on joining communities. So all of this stuff is part of what we're doing. We don't know where it's going to take us yet, honestly. We don't. But the idea is that now that gives us an opportunity to go ahead and set that up. So we've already got it set up so that you guys will all get emails later and have opportunities to join specific groups and things. But we don't know what's going to happen with that. But like you said, we want to harness that power.
I think the first step is to kind of collect the information as to everybody what they're doing right now, what they want to do.
Well, we already have that.
No, I think it's what they want to do.
Right.
And also what their skill sets they can bring to that. It's a Kaizen model. It's a Japanese model, Kaizen model that you're basically kind of adding value to each other in the community, right?
Okay.
So that's something that like you can create, especially in Bali.
I like the idea.
So that means you guys can be the community managers.
Well, so what is your purpose, and what is your biggest challenge in the next 12 months? And I bet in this event, there's somebody who can help you with, who agrees with
Actually, that's an excellent idea. Yeah.
And says, damn man, this is your biggest challenge. I used to do that every month.
Yeah, you can be community manager.
You can't do it.
No, but that's a good idea.
Something like that. This is my purpose.
You're having the masterminds
This is my biggest challenge
also.
in the next 12 months.
Excellent idea. Okay, anything else? I think that, maybe we can just kind of have some more solidified stuff to work with.
Google Forms, I think we can.
Actually, Kevin and I get 5% each. You want to
Yeah. Okay, what else? Any other questions? Okay, no other questions? Yeah, and remember that later on that we've got some VIP cocktails coming up. So if you're a VIP, you get to have like some free wine, courtesy of Bali News.
I'm guessing you can do it this time.
Yeah. Anything else? No? How about you? Any idea? No, we've got a gentleman here, very, very clean cut beard. How do you do that? Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's it. That's all I got.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, or have some wine if you're a VIP. Or a speaker.
Are you bought that? Are you bought that?
If you're a speaker, you're automatically VIP.
They do like a rabbit system and give and which will give access to it. That's all it does.
Maybe we can talk about that.
I'm very good at I can
Some of them are in Bali. Two of them were in Ukraine. They got out, and two are in Singapore. One's in our main member sites in Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, the lot of
Like I said, I'm all about work. So, that's yeah. It's great. I'm not even difficult in the way that I think I know everything up front. We listen to our partners, too, and more importantly, the idea that 1% of $1 billion is a lot more than 20%. Yeah. So it's all good. Excuse me, guys. Hey, all the people on VIP, so if you've got a VIP ticket, we're going to be serving some wine. Hey, you can kind of do that. Yeah, now it's 5 o'clock.
Hello, hello. If you are a VIP and you want to join the VIP cocktail and networking, hey, we're going to be serving some wine right over here down here in the center section. So come on down and just kind of chill out with some cool wine. We definitely have some good unique types of wines from a local Bali winery that is actually very specifically supporting the wine growers rather than the middlemen, which is, really kind of on the whole nice little story.